morning. What? Really? Ugh, it's fucking cold. I passed out earlier. I mean, way early tonight. Passed out about 6 o'clock. Woke up, said, fuck it, let's blow some goddamn glass. So I'll probably be blowing glass till dawn. Should go get myself another tube, actually. Now I'll probably be blowing till dawn. Whew, fucking cold. I'll listen to the Tablets of Thoth again tonight. If you don't, oh well, sorry. Good morning. How you doing, Jackie? What up, Kate? How's everybody today? All three of us in here. You too and Eric Briggs. Oh, shit. I just hope Eric goes to scientifically watches motion and everything, learns how to read a hieroglyph, and stops being such a fucking monster. I have high hopes for these demons. Once you see the truth about what we are, why we're here, how in the hell could you continue being a fuck nut? That's where I'm at with it. Oh, he hasn't been back since the other day. Nah. He keeps talking to me in chat, though. Or not this chat, but, you know, notifications. I keep getting notifications from him. He's still being a dweeb. What are you going to do? Last time he asked me for proof of what's going on, I was like, you stupid motherfucker. Every time you ask for fucking proof of what's going on, that tells me you still haven't fucking looked at your own goddamn sky and you're sitting here acting like some kind of fucking expert. Anyway, I sent him proof. I sent him John. I sent him Jupiter doing cartwheels and all that shit. He ain't said a word since. So it's been actually 2 days since I've heard from him. He must be watching the sky or something. I don't fucking know. Prick face, man. His own goddamn illustrations show the moon's doing a fucking cartwheel from a fucking stable area. You know what I mean? He just, I think at this point, the only possible benefit his job could derive from fucking with me would be to waste my time. And that's a pretty big waste of fucking tax dollars if they're just trying to waste my time. I got plenty of time. I mean, seriously. Motherfucking Eric Briggs thinks he can take up my time. I don't have no girlfriend. What's he gonna do? Try and be my bitch? Tell me what my honeydews? Give me my honeydews? No. He can't waste my time like that. This is a total waste of money. That's what I'm talking about. I don't have that big distraction everybody else does. You know, that's another thing I haven't had for 15 fucking years. Yeah, I'll spend 10 minutes with Eric Briggs. I don't give a fuck. Ain't wasting my time. That just give me a warm up. He's a little bitch. Fucking illusion my ass. We having a we. That's the best he's got. No, it's just an illusion. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. You don't know what you're looking at. It's the best material that motherfucker's got. That's, oh boy. That's got to be a hard way to live. You know what I mean? Going through life having to fucking lie. And a lame ass fucking lie at that. I'd be like, damn it, I want another duty, Rasta. Motherfuckers making me look like a fool out here. It's an illusion and shit. God. Who does that on purpose in public? Nobody. Fuck. Yeah, they had me fooled for the longest time. I had no idea there was an actual agency called Five Eyes. Them motherfuckers was following me around though. I'm like, goddamn. And I found out who they are and shit. And I was like, oh, this is fucking rich. Our government fucking spends millions and millions of fucking dollars on a program to come fuck with me. Fuck with me? Are you fucking kidding me? They're just gonna fucking fuck with me for millions of fucking dollars in fucking years. I know I'm not the only one they're fucking with, but I'm just saying. There's somebody else out there bigger than I am. You need to go fuck with them. Fucking Eric Briggs. Crazy motherfuckers. How could he got assigned my name? Oh my god. I've always said I don't think anybody'd ever want to impersonate me. There's the guy. Don't discount it, man. Anything can happen. Everybody's always worried about that identity theft and shit. And I'm like, nah, it ain't got a concern to me. Who the fuck's gonna try to be me? Jesus Christ. There's a guy. So have y'all heard the tablets yet of Thoth? They're pretty good listen. Yeah, I'm actually up pretty early. uh, you never know. I just whenever I nap, I get 4, sometimes 5 hours sleep, and I can't get back to sleep. So I figured, fuck it, let's blow some glass. I could have sat up and played games. Pew, 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 pew. That just ain't gonna get much done though that way. I got people calling me all over the place now, talking about I want some pipes. I can't get none from China's. The first couple months of COVID were a bitch, but now at this point, good morning, June. Uh, Imports from China have slowed so much that it's actually influencing my business, good and bad. The bad being not only can't you get fucking some supplies from China, you can't get your supplies from American manufacturers either because rare earth metals are what makes our collars. They're not coming out of China either. So we're running out of stock. But I got enough clear glass to keep me busy for a while. So I am a pretty popular guy right now. Everybody's hating it because of lockdown. I'm starting to like it. I know it sounds shitty, but you know, I'm busy. I'm one of the only motherfuckers in this nation manufactures anything new. We stopped doing that about Bush when he signed over them fucking 4 pages of fucking companies that left because they dropped the fucking tariffs and import taxes and all that shit. Gave them a tax break to go find uh lower income labor and shit. I was like, God damn, we're fucked now. I didn't even know what they were lining up for. They, they worked 20 years in ahead. I just saw it and didn't like it. I was like, what the fuck are they? Are you kidding me? And the people didn't burn that shit down then. You guys are begging for some shit. Every time they get up there on that podium, start smiling and start telling you how great they're going to do things for you, shoot somebody. Because they ain't doing nothing good for you. Anyways, so now Trump comes back and says, oh, we're going to stick it to China and give them some tariffs. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if anybody alive understands what a tariff is. It's not a tax on China. That's for fucking sure. Well, that's awesome. Lewis, I'm glad you went and looked. It's fucking amazing, isn't it? That's why I tell people, I say, just the fact that it's never done this before, if you don't actually have it in you to fucking get out there and maybe look a couple of times a night, you're a piece of shit in my eyes. I mean, really, you don't even have enough fucking gumption or fucking understanding to even be here talking to me. If you can't just go look at the moon, I don't ask for much. I really don't think I do. It's one of the most amazing things humanity has fucking had the opportunity to see. I love it when people come back and say, I went and looked at it myself because that's what you should do. That's what you should do. Thank you for looking and seeing it. It's definitely not an illusion unless we're all seeing the same fucking illusion, and that's just not going to happen. Orion's laying down on his side tonight. I was like, you don't look very well, Orion. uh, But yeah, it's definitely. I sound crazy sitting over here talking about the moon's doing fucking cartwheels. Once you look at it, then I'm not crazy when the moon's the crazy. It's the fucking moon that went crazy, not me. That's all I can ever ask from anyone is go educate yourself. That shouldn't be such a hard request. You go, and that's educating yourself. You educated yourself and went and fucking looked it up and literally looked it up and watched it. Now you know it's doing a cartwheel. I can't tell you it's doing a cartwheel because you already know it's doing a cartwheel. Eric Briggs can't tell you it's an illusion because you saw it with your own fucking eyes. He was wild too. See, you just woke up a security guard, Lewis. That's fucking soul bucks in your pocket, buddy. Those ones you can take with you. Once you have the knowledge, there's no shaking it, and you're not going to be afraid to point it out to somebody. That's the key here. We have to educate ourselves so we can educate the masses. That's fucking awesome. You walk up to a fucking stranger and fucking poop, look. That's the kind of people we need right there. You deserve a medal for courage. A lot of people won't do that. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, it takes balls to do that." You know what it does? It takes knowledge because once you have it, you need to share it with people. It's not. It honestly, I don't feel like I'm being courageous telling people. I'm like, you need to know this, dude. It's fucking amazing. That's just it becomes your attitude, and it really does. Once you finally understand, once you know, once you see with clarity, it's over. Yep. Some people don't, and you know what? I used to get upset, but that's their free will, and you can't change that. I'm not going to impose my will on them. If they don't give a fuck, they don't give a fuck. They won't be around long. I tried. Tried to help them. At least you plant a seed. It might grow when the shit starts hitting the fan. Shit's a pretty good fucking fertilizer. Start seeing shit land on your seed. It's like, oh boy, that motherfucker's gonna fucking grow now. Events will happen and they'll be like, well, maybe I should look at the moon. Maybe it's a little too late. I don't know. I don't know how that works. We're all gonna see though. We're all gonna see, that's for damn sure. Yeah, well, it's engineered like that, unfortunately. I mean, they make us like that. That's part of the program. It goes against your nature, therefore you're miserable in the first fucking place just to begin with. That's before you even interact with anybody. People got to understand throw off those fucking social barriers that just aren't natural. Stop being the demons that we are. What will be the sequence? That's a very good fucking question. I've never done this. I just know, look, we're looking at a revealing coming up here. The Blue Kachina is probably going to be the next big event. The sky will roll back, and men's hearts will fail for what they see. That's the correlation between that's the Christian version and the Hopi version of the Blue Kachina revealing itself. Cherenkov radiation peels back, and you see this 7 or 8 fucking as big as the sun planets that are surrounding us. And we look like Mercury surrounded by 7 sun-sized planets. I might have a little skip of a beat, even though I've seen one of them personally, that close. It freaked me out. I can only imagine seeing all of them at once. It's going, woo! I know what's up there, and I'm going to be freaked out. I precognited. I'm going to freak out. All right, so get ready. It's going to be fucking crazy. That's the next event. that's how I can see it. I mean, we're going to have quakes and shit in between then, but I mean, the big one coming, we've got a revealing coming, and his name is Ra, the Blue Kachina. All these fucking planets behind us, and in front of us, on top of us, around us, capturing all that Cherenkov radiation. One of them's going to back off and let it go. And the fucking the sky will roll back. It'll look like it's rolling back when that Cherenkov bleeds out like that. I've already pieced that together. I'm all like, oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. Fucking, I get it. It's Ra revealing himself. People are going to fucking have heart attacks for what they see because that fucking Cherenkov radiation goes away. There's Toph. There's fucking Cat Lady. You know what I mean? And these things are huge. You see them by the sun, they're as big as the sun, behind the sun, because you know they're not on this side of the sun. You couldn't see them if they were that close to the fucking sun. And no, they have to be on the other side of the sun being illuminated so you can see them. That makes them as big as the sun if they're that fucking big. I've seen them myself a couple times now. Beside the sun, I'm all like, that's big. That's fucking big. That ain't no fucking lens flare because it's my eyeballs looking at this shit. And then like 4 days later, I saw one of them peek through the fucking Cherenkov and back off with my oxygen guy, and I'm still shitting myself with how big it was. We looked like Mercury next to a fucking massive body. And I'm like, Cherenkov radiation. I see now. I had been telling people that's natural camo. I had no idea how thick it was. I had no idea what it really looked like because you look at the man-made Cherenkov radiation and it's blue and it's pretty and it's all nice and smooth. Fuck no, dude. That shit is thick like terrestrial fog up there. Fucking nuts. I had no concept, nothing to even base on except for looking into a fucking pool of water and seeing the fucking shit turn blue. Fuck no, dude. This shit is thick. It rolls like terrestrial fog. It's fucking crazy. Cherenkov radiation. These are ions traveling around faster than the speed of light, trapped in this fucking gap with fucking magnets around you. And it looks like fucking terrestrial fog. It's so thick. I've seen it with my own eye. Not just on the goddamn ISWA. I saw it when the fucking planet came in and moved out like that. I was like, it looked like the planet was disappearing like the villain in a fucking horror movie behind the fog. Ooh. And he just, I'm getting goosebumps. It was so big. And it only lasted for a few seconds, man. I mean, the whole sky just literally fucking went dark with a fucking shadow all the way across the sky. And I'm all like, what the fuck? And then it just backed away. Within a few seconds, it was gone. I know it's still there. I can see its impression on Iswa daily. It hasn't moved. And his name is Toth. It's mom's brother. I don't even know if his name is Toth, but it's mom's brother. I do know that. The Anunnaki assumed that Ibis character and named it Toth. That's the magnet signature of that fucker. Ain't got nothing to do with a human being. That's a fucking planet. But that goes right hand in hand with what they said in their own words in the Lost Book of Inky. We had no idea what they were drawing, but we assumed the caricatures and fucking tried to confuse them from themselves. And we started writing their fucking language, which we didn't speak. They didn't know what we were writing, but they started writing it, and you can tell. I was reading these things. I'm like, these later dynasties, they've got some of the same symbols, but they don't make sense. I can tell they had no idea what the fuck we were drawing because they're using the same fucking characters that we were drawing that make sense into a confusion in the 16th, 17th, 18th dynasties. You can see this shit. And I'm like, oh, wow. But that's why I send everybody scientific leave, motion everything, feeling fine, so you guys can see it too. It's like, I can read that one, but this one says some fucked up shit that it ain't even making sense. You can see where they started trying to manipulate and hide us from ourselves. In their own words, they tried to hide us from ourselves. And I'm like, oh boy, I can see where you did it. It didn't work. And Naughty Beaver's such a piece of shit. Naughty Beaver? Are you kidding me? Get the fuck off my channel, Brian. Ask Naughty Beaver about the confounded moon. Why he, in fucking the 6 years I've been fucking screaming at the fucker, every time I mention the fact that the moon's rising wax, rolling 180 degrees and setting wane, which is not a dispute. It's happening. The motherfucker disables his chat. He blocks motherfuckers for even mentioning it. Isaiah 24:23. He won't touch prophecy. He touches bullshit. You know what? About the Hopi prophecy, one of them wakes up and starts reading the ancient languages as if they're his own, kind of like I did, amazingly enough. Naughty Beaver didn't do that. You can go tell Naughty Beaver, suck my dick. All right? That's the only fucking thing I got for him. I don't care. Hit all of them. But he changed in the end video, and he did in the beginning what? He does. Go ask him about the confounded moon. Then come back and talk to me. He left with the Palladians. That's what I'm saying. Naughty Beaver has been a bane to your existence, man. You just don't know. You didn't agree with me. No, of course you didn't, Brian, because you're new here and you can suck my dick too. I don't really care, dude. Really, what Naughty Beaver's doing, I'm not going to go check out Naughty Beaver because I've been down the fucking I've been down the fucking Window Rock. I've been in talking with the fucking Hopi. They're Muslim Hebrew. They're not Native Americans. Get over yourself and your naughty. Your naughty self. Fucking naughty beaver. Exactly. He's entertainment. He's definitely not somewhere you would want to fucking put any value in your life with. He explains the prophecy well, does he? Let me tell you a little bit of something about the prophecy. There's a blue and a red sun. Their names are Horus and Ra. Okay? We originally belonged to the blue one. His name is Ra. We got trapped on this little sun, went polarity reverse, full speed. They knocked mama out, and we almost all died. Guess what's happening this week? We got a fucking blue sun climbing up our ass. We've got planets all the fuck way around us. I have proven several fucking different ways. You can actually go out right now and look at them. Right now. Right now. If you don't have clouds and you're outside of your city, go out right now. You in the northern hemisphere, look north. I'm just saying. Naughty doesn't have a clue unless Naughty's been watching me about what the Hopi prophecy is actually about. It ain't about you. It ain't about me. It ain't about the Hopi. It ain't about motherfucking homeboy over here. Called himself the naughty one. What it is about is a creator bringing things right. Who wrote the Hopi prophecy? Does he disclose that? The Hopi prophecy was written by Enki himself. It was handed to the Hopi people, and I say Hopi, not Hopi. The Hopi people, because they spelled their name differently in Giza when they were lost tribe of Giza, or they were not lost. They weren't lost yet. They spelled their name differently, but they pronounced it Hopi. They took that with them over here, and that became the Mayan prophecy. Now, I give you in one of my videos over here the original from Giza, from the hand of Enki, the Mayan prophecy. Now, oh, you're in Australia. See, God, I wish you'd go out and look at night and tell me where the fucking ones in the bottom are. I see two of them down there. You should be able to see them too. I don't know where the fuck to tell you to look. I know where I can see the ones up here, and everybody's seeing them. You know, I'd be like, go look. And they're like, oh, and I'm actually pointing in the direction. I can't tell you where yours are, but I know if I was you, I'd start looking south. Yeah, the Southern Cross completely upside down. That's what, see, that's what pisses me off about fucking Naughty. He's got all this fucking prophecy shit and he never mentions anything real, dude. Never. It bugs me. Are you in the fucking northern hemisphere end? If so, go out and look to your northeast, man. You ain't going to see stars out there. Or your northwest, depending on what time of night it is. Well, there you go. Are you outside your light dome? Go look to your general north region. It won't be hard to find the region that has no stars. Stare at it a little bit. Stare around it because it's a little bigger than what you might think, and you're going to see the you're going to see the circumference of the at least a part of it. It kind of goes off into the sky. You might even see one of its moons, like Bobby did. Bobby just went back and randomly took a picture of the fucking night sky and got a moon. It's very easy to see from. Oh, you're in South Dakota. Okay. Yeah, it's very easy to see, isn't it? Sugar, how you doing this evening? Yeah, be ready then. I mean, it's a little bigger than what you might think. I was pretty impressed. I was like, "Whoa, that's that's either way bigger than I ever fucking imagined a planet being, or that's way closer than I ever imagined a planet being that I couldn't see." My mouth is doing much better. I've still got issues. I just had a major surgery in my mouth, but it's a lot better. All of the coasts, all of them. I wouldn't want to be on them. I'd say the west coast of everywhere. But once you start seeing the fucking coast roll out on your east coast, I'd start thinking about getting the fuck away from that shit. You're going to have a lot more warning. See, when the waves start coming over California, yours are going to start receding on the East Coast. That's a pretty good warning sign. California ain't going to get one. They've already got their warning signs. Their tides are already going crazy for no reason. The fucking Earth's out there. Blah, 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 blah. Mama's trying to move them. She's out there telling. I know native tribes. The entire tribes have moved. That's another thing the Hopi prophecy is about. And the fucking Hopi sent those people to the fucking Navajo. They're rejecting their own fucking end. That's why I started saying fuck the Hopi and I started knocking on Mason doors. Fuck the Hopi. They don't want to be involved in their own fucking writings, then guess what? I'm going to go somewhere else. I'll wake up the goddamn Jesuits. I will have a meeting with these fucking corn givers so mom can make some fucking peace with them or annihilate them. Whichever they choose. It's already started happening, Brian. I could bring up 3 times individually that the coasts on the east of the world have watched their tides roll out to where the ocean was just gone for a mile and people out walking around looking for the ocean. You've seen these things. At the same time, Santa Monica Pier's getting that little restaurant I used to eat at getting blown out with the fucking windows fucking crashing in from no reason. Sunny day, nice day, fucking tide comes in, boom, blows in the fucking windows in that little restaurant in Santa Monica. It's begun. Well, that's what I'm saying. The waves, they've begun. It has begun. I don't know what you want for a beginning. I mean, the end will be, I think, what you're looking for. The end is when they come in and kill everybody. And I've already looked at the beginning. We've begun this about 3 years ago. We began this process about 3 years ago. Um, Maybe you didn't see the reports. I don't know. Maybe you didn't see the reports where the oceans were receding from the east coasts of the globe. Um, I would say Florida, notedly, from on this side of the globe, it was a big story. I remember it. Yeah, Magnet Girl, you bet. You've seen it. Well, that to me would mark the beginning. Then, Brian, it began. We're like in mid swing now, and here towards the end, it's going to get ugly as fuck. And I wouldn't call that the beginning. Yeah, I would call that more like the end of this process, because the end of this process is going to be us magnetically braking, coming to a fucking halt, jumping suns, and fucking flipping back around. What that looks like, God knows. I don't. Yeah, I'm expecting some huge upheaval, Brian. You can't change suns without fucking just noticing. I don't think. I mean, I don't know how it works. Maybe it'll be a fucking real smooth transit. I just know this much. I'm being shown that the inundation coming out of California is going to be immense, and they won't be able to escape because the whole fucking zip line is going to go from Los Angeles down up to fucking Yellowstone at about the same time. Whoever's in California is going to be counted in the dead. All the way into Fresno, Bakersfield, fucking Barstow, especially those areas. That's in the caldera. They may think they're safe because they're outside of LA and away from the ocean. You're in the caldera out that way. Barstow out in the Nevada. That's a huge caldera. You saw an ant? Is that what you said? Fernald. Why does that name sound familiar? Did he used to follow me on Facebook? That sounds really familiar. I know that name. Why do I know that name? Yeah, I know. I know. I think it's exactly who I think it is. I have blocked that cocksucker. That's exactly who I thought it was. Yeah, I'm sure he does make videos because he got his information off of me. And I've blocked him a couple times on Facebook because of the same reason a little extensive. He's ah, he's talked about Palladian messages and all kinds of shit that just sent me into a fucking cartwheel, and I just couldn't look at it anymore. He'll say about anything. CCTV, yeah. Yeah. It probably does. That's what kills me about a lot of people, Brian. They'll put out really accurate shit, and then the next day they got Palladian messages on their same channel, and it negates anything they fucking did on that previous video to me because it fucking entangles. If I go to anyone's channel, I start looking at fucking Palladium messages. Anything else they have to say, I don't really want to look at, and that's done on purpose. That's how naughty and all these people operate. They bring out something decent, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, the very next day, they're bringing out some fucking insane shit, and it's like, how do you ever discern from that? That's magnetic. That's pretty accurate statement right there. No, I know that. I was trying to place who that was, and I worked it out. I know who that is now. I wasn't trying to say anything about it. I was just trying to figure out who it was you were talking about because it sounded so. And now I know exactly who it was and where he got his information. Me. That's why it sounded pretty good to you. It looked right because it probably was. And then he came out with some Palladian message. Like I said, I've blocked him a couple of times. I actually unblocked him once because of some of the shit he was doing. And then the next thing you know, I'm looking at it again. I'm like, dude, I just can't look at your shit. I get like that. Who says I don't? I promise you, I get like that. I'm like, I don't want to look at your stupid shit, and I'll you're off my Facebook list. It doesn't take much. I'm not over there for fun. And yeah, I know the guy. I know him. He's not a bad guy. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying he'll say anything. That's all. I ain't saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying he'll say anything. Some of it's right. Yes. We have a good chance of getting attached to blue right now. There's another physical possibility of getting attached to red later. Hi, Freeman. Having some coffee here. Early morning. I got myself some chocolate with marshmallows. Go in my coffee this morning. It's cold. You hear my heater running in the house. That's my house furnace right there, busting out. So I figured it's time to bust out the cocoa, put it with marshmallows, and put some in my coffee. I'm spoiled like that, man. I don't like just black coffee. I like putting some kind of chocolate in it. Chocolate with marshmallows is dank. Well, uh, hmm. It can be pretty daunting. I agree, Lewis. I agree. I'm not so worried about the transition to the blue sun. As I understand, if we transition to the red sun, that's going to have everything to do with what's in our hearts. So I am doing my damnedest to get it in our hearts. We need to hang out on rock and not be afraid of what's going on, or we might end up on red, and that wouldn't be good. Well, magnetic, I'll tell you what, I I can't blame you. I am not going to give you anything that I can't prove, and that you can't prove yourself. That's all I got for you. I don't know what's coming next. I mean, I know what to expect. I don't know what it looks like. I don't have a clue. Never done this before. I'm not going to pretend I do. Um, I'm just putting all of my trust in mother and father. That's, as I understand, that's all we can do. Um, Understanding what this is about helps. Understanding where this Mayan prophecy even came from, how it developed into the Hopi prophecy, helps me. I I'm not sure I've made it clear enough. I made a video though. A lot of people have just never gone back and looked at it. I actually give you the Mayan Hopi prophecy, the copy of it from its original in Egypt, in a video, and explain where it came from. Maybe I'll have to do it again. I don't know. I don't like doing it because that prophecy reads me as something completely different than what I'm ready to accept. The last time would be the Cretaceous boundary, Matt, when we left Ra. They destroyed a planet, captured us in the gravity well, the void, the magnetic void that it caused, and then that separated us from Earth. Earth separated from heaven, heaven from Earth. We skipped suns about the Cretaceous boundary. We were going full speed. We got trapped into the void, and being as how it was a totally opposing charged sun that flipped Mother's pole, and she was unconscious. 25,000 miles an hour threw it into reverse. And that's why the Cretaceous boundary exists the way it does. It looks like a mess. Well, because everything kind of slid sideways at 25,000 miles an hour, and it almost killed everything. This time, Mother is awake and she's trying to slow down. They're helping us slow down first. That way, nobody dies, or, well, as few as possible. I know this much. Those that are listening are moving off the coast. Like I said, I've helped entire tribes get in contact with moving out there with the Navajo because the Hopi rejected them. They literally sent me to the Navajo. They said the Navajo stole our land. If you want fucking tribes to move out here, you got to go to them. I jumped in the car and went to Window Rock and spoke with them personally. Talk about thousands of people's lives. You bet I did that. I was like, okay. And I drove 12 fucking straight hours to get there with my son over Christmas because the fucking Hopi were bitches. That's why. Did Naughty happen to mention any of that? Talk about the Hopi prophecy. I just wondered because the assistant got pissed off about that time. It's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You motherfuckers. Whole tribes, three tribes, one of their whole fucking tribes of their own family, they were rejected because of some fucking egotistical fucking bullshit with the fucking Navajo. That pissed off mom. And she said, go ahead and go to the Jesuits then if they're going to be little bitches. Guess where I've been going? To the Masons and the Jesuits. I'm going to knock down a motherfucking door. You know what's beautiful? This is some good shit. This fucking purple, it got all kinds of little buds in there, and what isn't is just crushed up buds. This is fucking look at all that keef on the bottom already. I ain't even touched this ounce yet. But this motherfucking delicious shit. Why is that showing up backwards? You can't even read that. That shows up backwards. Why is that showing up backwards? That's fucked up. I got my fucking camera flipped somehow. How'd I do that shit? How do I undo that shit? What did I do? Yeah, it's sugar. It's fucking delicious. It's fucking actually delicious. I want to eat it. Okay, well, it's just okay. So, is it backwards to you though? It's backwards to me. It looks backwards to me. So you can read it. It's just coming backwards to me. Huh. Safe zone, if you're in the United States, I'd hit that Craton. North, South Dakota, fucking up in that region. We got a Craton right above me. It's the oldest part of Earth. If you're looking to get away from the coast, like now, you're getting told you need to move, I'd listen. She's going to tell you, like I said, we've read this in the script. Mama's going to put out the call. Just be ready. You're in Charlotte, not a good spot. I mean, well, you're not in California. It's not a bad spot. I'm just saying. Look, get ready. When you see them fucking that coast going out, you need to get gone. But here's the sticky part. We're about to go into full lockdown, folks. They're going to cut down fucking interstate travel, et cetera, fucking cetera, if we allow this to happen. The entire plot is to have us in martial law so nobody can move around when it becomes necessary to do so.
Yeah, see, I don't have anything to gauge it with. I couldn't tell you how high is high enough. I can tell you this much. I don't know if I'd run to a mountain. They're going to be like antennas for plasmatic activity, one. And this kind of plasmatic activity could melt a mountain. I've read where the people will run to the mountains and the mountains will fall in on them and blah, blah, blah. Man, it makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be running to a mountain. I would, number one, run to my inners, to my heart, and learn who you are. Understand that you can rise above any fucking thing. And I'd think about hitting that creton in the middle of the country. There's no mountains there. I believe that's exactly how the Grand Canyon was formed. Yes, Brian. I believe that's exactly how the Grand Canyon was formed. Where am I at? I am in La Junta, Colorado. I am considering relocating to Cortez, Colorado, so I'm closer to where I need to be when shit hits the fan. And I will say this again and again and again. Your instructions will come from Mother Earth. Don't be trying to follow me around. I am literally going to be running into the mouth of hell. You don't want to follow me. I have a completely different path of objectives that have nothing to do with Earth or survival, my survival, anything. It has everything to do with getting these fucking Anunnaki straightened the fuck out and over their planet and putting shields up. Because Mother Earth's aunt, Planet Heaven, has a fucking gun to her head right now, and she is freaking the fuck out because these little fuckwads are so ego fucking testicle that they can mass murder motherfuckers and then blame the motherfuckers that they mass murdered for following the wrong one of them as a fucking sin. And that whole fucking ego trip is about to wipe out their goddamn planet. And mom's pissed. Mom's afraid for her. Mom is not very happy about that. That's my job in this. It has nothing to do with you. So please, when I jump, don't. You listen to your hearts and she will call you. She has your alpha wave in your heart. All you got to do is just start learning who you are. I got to go wake up these fucking bastards and get a fucking forgiveness plan going on. Am I happy about it? I'm not really happy about any of this, but I do as I'm asked because it's meek to do so. And you know what? I'm a lot happier about that than anything I'm looking at in society today. So I'm just going to do what I'm asked to do. No, there's a mix. There's slaves in there too. Uncle Toms, whatever you want to fucking call them, sellouts. They tried to buy me off, Matt. They did. It didn't work. Like I said, I quit. And for 3 days, they had been calling me, trying to get me to fucking talk and fucking talk. Senator Davis wants. It's like, what the fuck does he want to talk about? I said, if the motherfucker ain't fucking gonna fucking tell people in fucking Charlotte and Charleston that the motherfucking waves are gonna be coming in on them, you can suck my fucking dick. That's what I told Kay Davis about her fucking brother. After I'd worked with her for 4 fucking years, she kept calling me and kept calling me. I said, bitch, it's fucking over. It's fucking, I'm screaming. It's fucking over. Fucking over, you fucking cunt. It's fucking over. And she got the fucking point. And then 3 days later, the fucking state capitol fucking police chief calls me up and says, Davis was trying to arrest you 3 times, twice on a fucking non-disclosure that doesn't exist. And the third time on threatening. I said, I certainly hope that you listened. He goes, of course I listened. He said, why do you think I'm calling you? I'm telling you a senator has tried to have you arrested 3 times this week. I'm like, thank you. He goes, now, what is this all about? I'm like, wait. He goes, they took my report after I refused to arrest you. He goes, what the fuck? I saw some crazy shit in there. I said, yeah, well, we're on our side. The fucking moon's doing cartwheels. You got 3 kids. I'd get the fuck out of Charlotte. That was the state capitol chief of police talking to me. And I'm telling him, because he said, I have 3 kids. I need to know what the fuck is going on. And I told him what the fuck is going on. And he told me, because he had told me what fucking Davis was doing. This is the most fucking powerful fucking lawman in the state. He could have called any one of the fucking anybody and had me fucking driven right to him that day. He called me on his fucking cell phone telling me a sitting senator was trying to fucking arrest me. You know what I did? I packed everything I had into my little trailer, which I lost, but I took it out to a fucking storage lot, grabbed my son, and left state. That day, that fucking day, we were out of state by that night, driving to Texas. I didn't have fucking dick. I had a case of glass that I had blown all week. And I took that there, made some money. I have a friend that I taught how to blow glass in Houston, Matt and Amber. They own Bomb Diggity. And they had that glass gallery in Galveston. He needed somebody to run it. I stayed there for a year and legalized fucking marijuana THC for fucking seizure children. When I left the state of Texas, only minor children could treat with THC in Texas. The next year, 6 more states went fucking legal. People told me Texas would be the last one. I said, I'll be damned. I'll die first. It was the easiest state to change I've ever been in. I had no constituents to deal with. There was no population to decide on their vote in Texas. It's all up to the legislature. They had 13 bills on the table. I picked one. 13 pertaining from total legalization to just, which I picked the smallest. I was like, okay, let's make a statement and get these fucking seizure children better. And I formed a normal chapter, which I hate normal. They're a bunch of fucking defense. I don't hate them. They work against legalization. They're a bunch of fucking defense lawyers. They don't want it legalized. But I made a chapter of normal and threatened the fucking legislature with their letterhead for human right violations for keeping life-saving, altering medications away from these minor children. And they legalized it. And I left. All I had to deal with was fucking legislature. I didn't have to deal with the fucking people. I didn't have to educate like we did in California, handing out flyers and working so fucking hard. All I had to do was hit the legislature, and I knew that a human right court had already decided on this at one point. That's all it took. Well, I had worked with them for fucking years, June. It wasn't really amazing. I knew how to hit them hard. I still do know how to hit them hard. We have tools, but we need unification to use them. It needs to be just more than one individual fighting against these people. They need to see a mass, and then they start getting nervous. That's just, you got leverage. Use it. That's why I keep saying that all you people in these states that keep saying that we need to go legal, it's your fault that it's not. Those human right courts have already decided on the medicinal fucking human rights. And that is definitely, the debate's over. It's good. All you got to do is press your people in office. You have to, or they're never going to give you anything. You have to put the pressure on where it hurts. And a human right court, unlike any other court in the world, can actually take that individual out of the office instead of having to sue the office and taking years to fucking snatch. Hey, bitch, you're a human right violator, and they'll hang. They'll fucking hang to death in Nuremberg. You ain't suing the fucking state. You're attacking them as an individual human right violator. Guess what? They fucking unanimously voted that goddamn law into fucking okayness. And like I said, this day the Governor Abbott, he's sitting there signing it. He says, I'll never sign in a medical marijuana law on my watch. I said, bitch, you just did. And I left the state for Colorado here. I wasn't staying in Texas. I didn't like it. I didn't like their attitudes there. I had to fucking do that by my fucking self because I couldn't get any goddamn adults to fucking stand up for their own children in Texas. And half of them were walking around talking about devil's lettuce and shit. I'm like, suck a dick. That was my whole attitude in Texas. Just fucking suck a dick. You guys are going to have it, like it or not. I'd already failed in North Carolina in my head. I went for medical and got hemp legalized. Okay. CBD prolificated, and it's a good thing. But at the time, I took it as a personal loss because I had gone there specifically to legalize medical for my friend Angel, who had early onset Alzheimer's. Well, now she's in Florida because they've got medical. I'm worried the fuck about her whole family. And North Carolina still doesn't have medical. So yeah, I considered that honestly for the longest time until just recently. I was like, that's actually kind of a win by accident. But I still lost. I took it as a personal loss. I couldn't legalize in North Carolina. No matter how hard I tried. I tried hard. I tried so hard to actually legalize hemp. That's the one I was convinced that nobody would allow. Because you can put it in your car, drive around with it and shit. They don't want that. But they had already given us ethanol at that point. And, people will equate green fuel with ethanol instead of fucking methanol, fucking hemp fuel, which is a totally different monster. It doesn't eat your rubber and your carburetor and all that shit. It runs better than gas. It actually lubricates your fucking engine while we run on the fucking hemp fuel. It's amazing. But they already gave people a bad taste in their mouth for green fuel. Strategic, totally strategic to do that. And then it hit me. I'm like, no, they don't give a fuck anymore. These idiots are going to be like, yeah, fuck hemp fuel. We tried that once with the corn fuel. No, it's a totally different monster. Yeah, Lewis, I do. I chalk it up to a half win. Even though honestly, that one in particular kind of shook the world. We got CBD everywhere. It's legal everywhere. It's never been questioned. It gets questioned occasionally for the legal. But I mean, instantaneously, it was on the market everywhere in 50 states because it wasn't illegal. and it's everywhere now. But that was kind of a world shaker, and that I realized that when I was reading the Hopi prophecy, I'm like, that was one of the deal breakers. I was trying to read myself out of it, and I'm like, man, this is just. The more I read it's my bio, man. It's telling me I'm going to be shaking the world in small ways, and then all of a sudden I'm going to wake up and read these fucking hieroglyphs as if they was my own, and then I'm going to shake the world in great manners. And I'm like, well, I guess look, man, we're getting our fucking language back. That's a pretty big shake. I, as far as what they got planned for me, I mean, they like mom and dad. I don't know. I'm just gonna go do it. But fucking Naughty's talking about me and, and my Hopi prophecies. Fuck you, Naughty. Real bad back pain. That would be my highest suggestion to you. That, Rick Simpson oil, if you need more than just fucking smoking, you need to eat it. It's a lot better for your back pain if you do eat it. Naughty thinks he's me. No, Naughty don't want to be me. He isn't very assistant, though. I mean, I've actually put in the legwork. That's the thing I'm trying to say. Naughty over here ain't even trying to talk about the moon flipping. How in the hell is he assisting anybody? I contacted 250 Native American tribes and found some of them that were having visions of drowning if they stayed in the area. I took them to the Hopi. The Hopi said, fuck you, go to the Navajo. And I did. Now everybody down there has closed off their borders. Nobody's in their offices or answering their phones. I've been invited to several of the places which are closed and they're not answering their phones. I sat down there for 2 more weeks waiting for somebody to answer a phone. And I came home, started knocking on Jesuit doors, Mason doors. I'm going to find them. I'm going to have a meeting with them. The Navajo were, well, I met, they said a lot. But long story short, they were happy to accept their family. They wanted to reunite their family. He was happy. We had a couple of hour discussion up there at Window Rock. I gave him a piecemeal. I made videos. I told you the outcome of it. Now, as far as what's happened since, like I said, I don't know. They've closed their borders. No one's talking. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, Shunker. Nobody's talking. Even her tribe, she can't even get a hold of her own tribe. I don't know what's happening now. I have no idea. That's why I started knocking on Mason doors, and I will have Mother's peace meeting happen if it's the last thing I can do. I will try as hard as I can and do the way I do. And I figured, you know what? I'm not going to sit around here and wait for one of these wisdom holders to call me. They've all got my number. They've all got my fucking email. They could get a hold of me at any point. I'm going to do what I do. If I got a door goes boop and closes on me, I'm going to go knock on another. And that's what I'm doing. I'm knocking on more doors, as many as I can now. At this point, I'm fucking not. I'm over here bang, 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 and kicking a couple. because I'm feeling the time's getting short. Yeah, they're getting paychecks. Well, you know what to do, Shunka. Get your tribe together. It's your tribe. Fuck your leaders. Get your tribe together. We depend on our leaders for what? To fuck us? Fuck them. Be a leader. Get your tribe together. Give them the moon. Unite yourselves over one cause. Oust your leaders. That's all I got for you, huh? See, that's where you need to be the body of Christ and start working. That's how we're going to do this. We got to stop listening to the leaders and start talking to the people. Give the people your moon. That should be easy. Your natives. This is your time to shine, beautiful. I know you have. I know you have. I'm just saying. You know me. I'm motherfucking Captain Obvious. I'm just saying. You're doing the right thing. I know you are. Don't worry about your leaders. Their day's coming. What you can do is hope that they will open their eyes and see what path they're going down and fix things quicker than what you could on your own. I'm hoping for that. That's why I'm hitting my tribe, the DOD, Donald Trump's web pages, the Jesuits, the Masons. I'm working on it. I'm trying. And I'm also at the same time gathering our tribe because we're all one family. We're the same tribe, Shunka. And you know that too. that's that's where this is not going to fail. Truth has to shine through. It's the laws of physics. You can be in a dark room and light one little spark. It lights every fucking bit of the room. Now you can see the shadows better. This is their time, Shoka. And yeah, the young do seem to be, and I mean young, younger than 20. They seem to be very open to observations. They've got this fucking teachers at the school converted over here in La Junta. They talk about it openly as a thing. It happens nightly. So they're talking about it in the school, the kids and the teachers. Because the kids got the teachers looking. Isn't that funny? The kids got the teachers looking. I love that shit. That's, yeah, the young. They seem to be pretty on the ball once they get a direction. They'll get their parents to look eventually, maybe. Maybe. I mean, if my kid come home and say, "Hey, Dad, man, guess what I learned in school? The moon's doing fucking cartwheel, and he shouldn't be." I'd be like, "Well, let's look at that." I'd be really impressed because, being as how I was enabled, helmsman qualified motherfucking navigationally trained sailor, I think I would have noticed something like that. But let's go watch. How did I not notice? Well, I did notice. And I noticed early of I used to say I jumped the gun. I noticed too early. Just all that shit because it's been fucking almost 10 years. But you know what? After 10 years of this fucking insanity, I realized that if I hadn't started when I started this adventure, we wouldn't be here today at this point. So I started exactly when I was supposed to. And that didn't have anything to do with me. That was divine intervention this entire fucking 10 years showing me what was going on. And I had no idea the depth of what was going on. I just knew we were fucked. And that in itself goes to show that I had no idea what the fuck was going on. Because I thought we were fucked. And we're not. We're absolutely not. Yeah, Paul. See, these are things that I've learned through this, and I needed to. Apparently, I needed to. I was being formed for this moment, and so are you. No one's too late. No one's too early. This is exactly the right time for you. Well, Matt, if you don't know, that means you're not part of the crowd, anyways. And two, you were born here under Mother's frequencies. You're an earthling. You're not an Anunnaki, whether you have their bloodline or not. What's important to the creator is the frequency that's in your heart, not your bloodline. We all have a blood mix. It's about how much of it do we have. As far as I can tell, I'll just put it this way. My blood is A negative. As far as I can tell, I'm probably one of the most pure bloodline walking on the planet. But I don't feel like an Anunnaki. I don't I don't play their games. I love my mother. They don't they don't respect life beyond what they have and who they are and what they have power over. It's going to, Lewis. It's going to change. Absolutely. That's part of the beauty of this. Our DNA was actually originally developed on Earth while she was on Ra. We're going to get our full fucking charge back. We're going to be taller again, much stronger. Mother's going to be able to provide abundance because of the higher frequency. More life grows, and the higher and taller it'll grow. This is a good thing in my eyes. We're going back to original design. Are we going to be? We're who? The grandness of us. is going to be multiplied back to original design. I might not see it. Our future generations will. Um, I'm already formed. So are you. I'm just saying, our future generations are going back to original design. Our DNA in our own bodies will be healed and completely turned on. When they say that they're turned off, well, that's because we don't have enough energy flow off of this little bitch ass sun that we're on coming through mother's accretions to fucking enlighten our fucking DNA and engage it. It's an antenna, basically, in every cell. Um, the double helix whoop, 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 plasma wave forms that. And ours is off as it is because we were created as beings on Ra. So we already get our DNA fucked by this sun, what we think is normal. Our DNA is going to be healed and whole lit like a Christmas tree on Ra. And that has everything to do with some of that you're feeling now. We haven't felt that energy in our lifetime. And it's interacting with our DNA, our magnets, and everything about our physiology right now. When we get fully engaged, God knows what that looks like. I keep saying, I don't know. I know kind of what to expect, but what it looks like, I don't know. No idea. I just know kind of what to expect from knowing energy flow and magnets and transmission and all that shit. That it all makes sense, physics. But the result of what happens when all of our DNA is lit up like a fucking Christmas tree and we're working on 100% of our design, fuck if I know. I really don't know. I would hate to guess what we are going to be like. I hope that kind of answers what you want to know, because I don't know. But I'm not looking at it as a bad thing. The end looks at it like a good thing too. That's what I'm saying. Woohoo! That's what I think. I can only think woohoo. This sounds exciting. Let's do this. We've tried this. It ain't working. But we are definitely going to have a frequency change. Definitely. See, regardless of what sun we're on, Mother needs us as her biological symbiotic relationship and extra shields during this time. Our design coming into fruition can only mean good things. Well, that's going to be, we could do that on this sun. We've just forgotten our language. Relearning it isn't any different than any other aspect of this. You have to kill your programming, and that takes time and experience of positive experiences with trying it. And eventually you're going to get better at it because you're going to be less and less programmed. I've realized within the last couple of weeks that I can actually reach out to a person and do a remote helping. I don't want I don't want to use all these words everybody uses. Um, I can come to you if you're having issues, like, and take care of it. Um, you can do it too, I'm sure. Um, the first real experiences, they tell you go with your gut, and I started like letting that happen and realizing that that's actually, wow, very helpful. if you consciously start trying to feel a person instead of fucking talk to a person. Um, and then go talk to them and see if your first impression meets your first impression. And I'm starting to realize that's very accurate. Marvel superheroes. We're going to be a lot more powerful than Marvel superheroes, Matt. You got a magnet in your chest, you know. You know all those magic things they talk about? It's not magic, it's magnet. You're not wrong. It's I just I have a problem with using the word telepathy. It almost, all right, it gives a connotation of only a special person can do that. No, see, the problem is the chickens know how to speak our language. We forgot. It's as simple of that as it is. The same with Patches and every other being with a magnet in their chest speaks the same language. We're the ones that forgot it. We'll be able to talk to chickens too. That's what I'm saying. This is a magnet thing. This is not really anything to do with your mind. This has everything to do with magnet. You should be able to reach out, touch anything's magnet, and get its intent and its vibration off of that right there with your eyes closed and get a really good picture of what you're dealing with. And that's reality. Everybody, excluding no one, should be able to do this. Will be able to. Is able to. You just have to fucking shut this one down. And this is the one we're taught to fucking use. We're never taught about this one even existing. As a matter of fact, we're told to ignore everything about it. Yeah, monsters can spot you. Spot them. Learn how to spot them. Hi, Mary. How are you? And we all have the same tool. It's in our chest, all of us, every living being. Good to hear. And that's even better to hear. I'm glad you're looking at the moon. It's doing new things. Everybody should check it out. Not a lot of people do, though. They think they know better. I saw it. I was just out about 2 hours ago. And it was right there with Tycho Crater up about 8:30, almost 9 o'clock, which is way more angle than it should have. And it's not an illusion. Yeah, it's almost full. It's about 3/4. Yep. It's bright as fuck this evening. But if you turn and look that way, brighter. Yeah, it's very bright to the north. You got a 4-wheel mud to a dark place. Yeah, pink clouds, very bright in the north. Fucking amazing shit. It's like, wait a minute. Hold on. Because you can actually take and look at the moon and follow it over and see the dark separation between the two lights. That's easy to do at night. You can see that that light there is not coming from the fucking moon. Very distinctly, there's a big band of dark between the two of them. And it's like, huh. And it's getting brighter and brighter. This is how it looked I'm telling you right now. This is how, give me goosebumps. This is how it looked in the Alaska weather cam when I was trying to figure out, what's that light? What the fuck is that? And then all of a sudden, over the horizon one night. I was like, that's what that light is. Look at that magnetosphere. They may have been sprayed, but that spray actually kind of magnifies the effect. I think it kind of gives it something to bounce the fucking UV off of and turn pink. They just don't want you seeing the whole body of it that way. And it's easy to hide. It's a UV light. And all you got to do is hide it with light. So if you hide it with its own light, even reflecting, it's going to hide the blue Kachina for a while until that Cherenkov radiation goes away. They're not going to be able to hide it with just a little thin layer like that. They're adding and supplementing, and it's not hard for them to hide shit right now. When that shit rolls back, they ain't going to be able to hide shit. Everything's going to be as visible as the moon. Stem cells. Hell yeah. Produce some stem cells. Oh my God, yeah. All right, so we're going to start this just because I have to piss like so bad. My teeth are floating.
All right.
I'll be right back.
The preface of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. The history of the tablets translated in the following pages is strange and beyond belief of modern scientists. Their antiquity is stupendous, dating back some 36,000 years BC. The writer is Thoth, an Atlantean priest king who founded a colony in ancient Egypt after the sinking of the mother country. He was the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, erroneously attributed to Cheops, In it, he incorporated his knowledge of the ancient wisdom and also secretly secreted records and instruments of ancient Atlantis. For some 16,000 years, he ruled the ancient race of Egypt from approximately 52,000 BC to 36,000 BC. At that time, the ancient barbarous race, among which he and his followers had settled, had been raised to a high degree of civilization. Thoth was an immortal, that is, he had conquered death, passing only when he willed, and even then not through death. His vast wisdom made him ruler over the various Atlantean colonies, including the ones in South and Central America. And now that I found out that Thoth is, also Quetzalcoatl, and finding out the stuff about Quetzalcoatl and what I believe Quetzalcoatl built Aslan, which is the rock wall.
The rock wall,
which Aslan also means Atlantis.
My coffee jug's empty.
God, it just makes sense. Why a Council for National Policy member would have a 3.5 ton
there it is.
granite stone with hieroglyphs on it in his house. It came from the ancient Rockwall family.
Thank you, man.
Man, oh man. Now you see why I'm onto all this stuff now.
Man.
All right, goodness, folks.
I'm going to freak out.
When it came time for him to leave,
me and my 70-some-year-old oxygen supplier standing out in his fucking field on top of his fucking truck getting oxygen. He was on the truck. I'm sitting there, and the fucking sky opens up into is cloudless, beautiful sunny day. All of a sudden, we got a fucking shadow across the whole sky. We're looking at this fucking planet that we look like Mercury next to the sun at. It was that fucking close. I could see the topography of the fucking planet. Grass, fucking trees or some shit. There, it was green. It was definitely foliage of some sort. I mean, and around what I'm looking at, I'm seeing a huge layer of fog. So, and I can tell this thing is motherfucking massive. And I can only see a little bit of it, which is taking up my whole sky. And I look, and Richard, my oxygen guy, is standing there going, he got the same look on his face that I do. I can tell he is also shitting his pants. So we're standing there looking at it, and then we look at each other, and I have a little bit of a concern at this point in time for Richard's health. Because are you fucking kidding me? And then we look back, and then we look at each other again, and again, I'm having a little bit of, because he's white now. I've never seen him white before. I'm like, oh. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm probably white too. And then I start seeing the Cherenkov radiation closing in on it, like it's pulling back. And I was like, okay, so we're not going to have a collision. And boy, that Cherenkov radiation, that's all I could think of, because it rolled in like a fucking terrestrial fog, and it all of a sudden it was gone. There was a dark spot in the sky, and it got brighter and brighter and brighter and matched the sky again. And I'm all like, holy mother of fuck. And Richard's like, holy mother of fuck. And we still talk about it to this day, of course, because it was something that really happened. We both witnessed, and it's not going away. I came home, I made a video, I showed where it was on ISWAL, and it's still there. I was panicked. I named the video like 3 red flag alert alarm, something like that. I don't remember what I named it. But then I think the next one is named Mom Wanted Us to See This, because she showed me that it wasn't anything to fear. That was her brother. And I broke down the hieroglyph. And it's a different one than the stellar. Of course. I've broken down like a dozen hieroglyphs on these videos. Ain't just the one. How you doing, Props? Welcome. Yes. Um, I think it has everything to do with your magnet being attached to Mother Earth's magnet. Have you watched ISWAP? Do you feel the push on your chest? I do. I can hear the ringing sometimes in my ears. What you got to do is learn to relax your magnet and give mom that energy. She needs it. But it can't happen from here. It has to happen from where you're feeling it. Your magnet is reacting to the same thing she's reacting to. We're getting a lot of energy that we haven't felt in a long time. And I mean, like, we've never felt it, of course. But I mean, the human race has not felt this for a very long time. And we need to learn what to do with it. And that is our symbiotic relationship with the planet. It's kind of like breathing in plant farts. You have to breathe in her and breathe out her. And that helps. It will help. It'll help relieve it. Sometimes it almost becomes overwhelming. I know what you're talking about. And it feels like pressure out of nowhere. It's like, fuck, man. It almost feels like a whole encompassing on your fucking entire thing, but you feel it here. It does get tedious. That's what we're talking about, Mary. A compression in your chest. You're feeling it. You know, if you look, if you feeling and you feeling, you need to relax. If your body's telling you lay down, do it. Relax. Let your energy flow. It's like you've been holding your breath forever. Take some deep breaths with this. You might even fall asleep. It ain't from smoking. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to stop if you're talking about ciggy butts, because those things are nasty. I know I smoke cigars. I used to smoke a bunch of cigarettes, but I've cut way the fuck down. You thought you was having a heart attack. All right, check it out, Props. Here's how you prove this. I've told you what to do. Okay. Here's how you can prove that I'm right without even doing it. All right. But you can't use this. You can't use it. You can go use it one time. When you're feeling this, you go here on YouTube and get your 7.83 hertz of fucking Schumann frequency and push play. It'll go away. If it doesn't go away, go back to your doctor. If you don't start feeling better like instantly, and it's going to be like, uh, turn it off and learn how to do that here. The whole point is you're going to be relieving your tension because your magnet right now has got closed field lines in it. Relax it. Your Schumann now is protected by yourself. That's mother taking you off of the tit and teaching you how to crawl. You trying to smoke just Mary? You know what you need to do? If you got a bunch of leaf or whatever, you can take, them rolling machines. Boom, boom, boom. Roll you up some fucking cigarettes and carry them around with you and smoke them motherfuckers. It'll help. Yeah, see, you shouldn't need the human frequency thing because you just do exactly that and you'll feel better. I tell people that, look, man, just push play, you feel better, turn it the fuck off, forget where you got it, and learn how to do what you just did. That's just to prove to somebody that's pragmatic like myself, oh, wow, that actually does work. Because I've tried it. And I turned it off. I was like, okay, I see. I get it. And I've never turned it back on. Because I also know that I'm never going to have that fucking power when I need it the worst to push play to hear it. I have to do that myself. I understand that. I hope everybody else does too. You can't carry around a frequency generator and get by on this one. You're gonna have to learn how to do it. You got one in your fucking chest. Use it. It's amazing that we have one. To me, I can't believe I lived 50 fucking years with a magnet in my chest and didn't know it. It really upsets me. It just does. I love fucking. If I'd had 50 years, just fucking learn how to use this thing. Oh, look, the hairs are standing up again. Stem cells. Oh dear. I've done a few videos on that too, DK. I really have. That's another. I keep trying to tell people you really, really, really need to go back and look at this shit because I've answered a lot of fucking crazy questions I never even knew it existed. Okay, it's mostly because I read all of them on a wall somewhere. Yeah, your mind can run. That's where it gets scary. Yeah, well, we can make it different, DK. That's why I say the next generations are really going to benefit from this. We need to perpetuate the information and become a species of magnetals instead of bouncing around off of what we're doing right now. Because this is just pure fucking genius. Not me, the creator. The creator's fucking pure genius for making things this way. It's too incredible not to fucking run with. It's like, holy shit, you've got to be kidding me. We got to get good at this because it's amazing. And we can all do it. All of it. Anything a magnet can do, you can do. Faster than speed of light travel, fucking you can communicate with the entire planet all at once. or an individual instantaneously across distances. You're a scalar. They call them quantum theories. Guess what? It ain't no fucking theory. It's fucking scalar fact. It's physics. You're a magnet. It works. So do you. We can do amazing things together. Together, we're fucking amazing, amazing. Times and then on layers of amazing. Layers of amazing. Together. As individuals, we are fucking amazing. Together, we're layers of amazing. And that's just the way magnets work. And I was like, I'm getting it. You got to get it. It's fucking amazing what you are. And it's not rocket science, it's human biology that we've been deprived. This is your body, your abilities. You wanted to be telepathic? You always were. You just did not. Now you got to develop it and teach our children. Because that's what we are. That's what we are. Our biology. I'm talking nothing but biology here. It's not spiritualism. It's not anything else but fucking biology. You got a motherfucking magnet in your chest, and that's amazing. It's an electron magnet. That one can gain power exponentially. It ain't just due to a fucking rare earth magnet in your chest that's 1 Gauss. Man, you can add to yours without even adding magnets. All you got to do is add juice. Oh, now you're 20 Gauss. Is a fucking put on the gas. That's an electron magnet. That's how they work. A lone individual like that, just a lone individual. We are amazing creatures, and I didn't know it for 50 years. Together, we are literally layers of amazing, and amazing like I haven't even thought of yet. We can fix it, Mary. We'll just have to accept the fact that we have been lied to, and we're going, not that we need it. We're going to get back to original design. It's a beautiful design. How dare we not be what we are? Good God. Well, yeah, Chris Ann, I would have to agree with that statement. What do you mean you're not DK? You got a magnet in your chest. All you gotta do is get goosebumps. You start producing stem cells and repairing everything in your body. Can't be bad. You can melt a 5G tower. I don't know why they're still standing. We need to join as a community and get them down. But we're not going to do that as long as we're voting. See? We need to educate people with the moon. Let them know something bigger than the election is going on right now. Right now. There is something way bigger than the fucking election going on above our heads each and every night. And that's all I got for you guys. I don't know how else to wake anybody else up more effectively. Well, that's what I'm saying. We'll bypass that. It has to be bypassed by us, we the people, not them. They're gonna try and fucking throw fucking everybody in the streets. We have to let that not happen. We got a couple months to give people the moon. Let's give them the moon on steroids. Look, Shepard, he's got Raw now. He's got my footage here. He's on the cutting room floor right now with that movie. If y'all don't know what movie, there is a movie coming out. that's beautiful, DK. Don't accidentally get me elected, because then they're going to have to honeypot me. And I'll take a honeypot. I will. Because they know exactly my weakness. They'll bring in this cute little fucking wild firecracker, and I'll be like, oh, it'll be over. Don't do that to me, hon. See, I'm a monk for 15 years, man. They'll honeypot me fast. I'll be like, fuck. Now what do you do? She got a little Dillinger she gonna pop me in the head with. Well, Mary, I believe it exists. I can't argue with Bird. The fucking planet's hollow. I did a video on that too. This subject comes up too much. It's actually dealing with flat Earth. I sat and watched a flat Earth video, like 39 proofs or some shit the Earth is flat. It caused me literal physical pain, but I finished the whole video. I'm not kidding. I had a headache from hell just trying to make sense of it. And anyway, I did a video. The Earth's hollow. I bring a working model to it. I had discounted it wholly. I thought Bird was a nut job. Okay, if you'd asked me that last year, I would have told you that. I'd been like, fuck you and your Bird. I'm not kidding. Not this year. I've learned a little bit from a planet. I didn't read that on the wall. I found it later. She's hollow. She's got a sun inside of her. That's where the magnet comes from. It's not a core. She has a spark of life that's a million times bigger than my little spark of life. I got a sun inside of me. So do you. Where is it? Fuck if I know. It's in there. You can see the magnet, though. You've got the same magnet she does, but hers is actually a physical sun you can see. It's huge. Her inner cavity is massive, and it formed in space, much like freezing water around a magnet creates an egg void. Now you put that water into motion, it creates a hollow tube from end to end on the poles. All of a sudden, you've got a hollow tube with an egg inside. That's her womb. And there's species that live in there that outnumber us and are way more powerful than us. And they guard her life force. They won't allow us in there without a straight heart. That's why the Hopi and all these they can't go back into their deep kivas. They're deep cities. They're cities of gold. The ones that everybody's been looking for all over the world. They don't exist on the planet. Atlantis was never a surface city. It's a golden city inside Mama's womb. Those cities are literally formed out of pure gold in a hallback array around Mother's magnet. For us to add our magnets in a fucking hallback array that creation made around her magnet and make all of our magnets combined that much stronger. And if you don't know what a hallback array is, go look it up. That's how all electric engines operate. They take the field of smaller magnets and they make them into a big magnet stack, but that stack is stacked in a way that makes the entire field multiple times stronger than the entire fucking stack of magnets. So you've got a focus point now that's 10,000 times stronger than the sum of the magnets, just because of the way you built the field. That is in a hallback array that creation made. How much can that multiply our magnets and her magnet all at the same time? I don't know. But we're going to find out. I keep saying that when they write about us and they say that we made Titans tremble, it's not the Titans that are small enough to actually walk on Earth. It's these Titans that are around us that we make tremble. We are fucking incredible. Only through our Creator, who designed us this way, that we proved is omnipresent in every atom in you, in the table, in every bullet fired at you. Oh, it's like that. He's got control of every fucking atom coming at you. You're worried about a bullet? Don't. You don't know who you are. That's how hair is not going to be harmed on you. Give it to the Creator and his fucking first creation. Who can stand against that? I wouldn't. We're going to go back to original design, like it or not. God says so. DK, I agree. It hurt me physically to watch that fucking flat Earth video, man. I was like, oh my God. And it started like right here. And it worked its way back. I was like, oh. It was hard. How many times has my magnet flipped? What, every day? Quite a few times. Yeah, it did. It caused me physical pain. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is actually going on. And I'm talking to people that believe this and thinking to myself, this person no, that person is a fucking flaming fucktard. That's all I got for you. If you believe the earth is flat, you're a flaming fucktard. You need to go outside and look around. This guy's sitting on a lake talking about, I can see the shoreline over there. Like, yeah. You don't have any concept of fucking anything at this point. You talking that kind of fucking crazy shit. So I should have a hump of fucking water in my lake. No. They have no, you see, their math sucks is the whole problem. they're totally fucking wrong about the horizon and the fucking distance you can see. They half the distance. They'll talk about 20 miles. Man, 20 miles, motherfucking, that's what your radar can see. I can see 40 or 50 at fucking sea. I've done it. We've got letter of accommodations because I know 20 miles, 25 miles is about radar. And I can fucking see smoke coming up over that horizon way before anybody be seeing ship that's making the smoke. So I call in the surface contact, and later on, radar picks it up and confirms it. I get a letter of accommodation. I have several of them. You know, exactly. Their math sucks. The curvature works. And I've seen how they got that. They'll take a drawing of a boat and fucking make it disappear. It's like well, the horizon actually does kind of work like that. And then they'll be like, nah, it just gets so small you can't see it. And I'm all like, if that was true, would you not be able to stand on, say, any rooftop in New York City with a fucking telescope and get me a picture of fucking London, England, or at least Greenland? No, you can't do that because the Earth is fucking round like a globe. There's too much curvature at that distance to see that distance. I mean, you can see that distance, but you're not going to see Greenland from New York. You're not going to see it. So, you know, all these flat earthers just haven't. I'm convinced the ones that actually believe this fucking shit have not left their mother's basement in decades. The ones that are putting the shit out know absolutely for sure that the Earth is a globe. They're just paid, much like Eric Briggs, to tell people it's an illusion. And you can tell that from the material they're slinging. And it's like, oh, I get it, loud and clear. Because I've been around this globe. I have circumnavigated. Circumnavigating works for a reason. We're on a globe, and it's set to that model, and it works great. I was like, if we're on a flat Earth, how did the moon start doing a cartwheel all of a sudden? Because it's never done it in history. Somebody actually twisting a wheel to make that happen. Now, if we live on a ball and do this, fly through space, I can completely explain to you why the moon's fucking doing cartwheels and bouncing around us. Because we laid down. That's pretty fucking simple. The Frisbee model, I don't. There's it doesn't fit physics. I've never seen a working model for a Frisbee in space. I see round everywhere I look. You look out into the night sky and everything's round. The moon's round. Why in the hell would we be a Frisbee? It didn't even make sense. So, and then the physics of it, everything they throw at you, it makes you want to cry out of the fact that people believe this shit. It's so sad. One of the main bases they use is airplane flight not being affected by the spin of Earth. And just put it this way, I always use the same analogy when somebody throws that one at me. If that were true, if airplanes should be affected by Earth's spin, would the mosquito in my car not be affected by the 90 miles an hour I'm doing down the freeway. Because we all know mosquitoes can't fly 90 miles an hour. And by all rights, that motherfucker should be a splat spot on the back of my fucking window the moment he takes off of my steering wheel. He shouldn't be able to land on my neck, take a jab on my ass, take off, fly over here to my passenger and take a jab off of his ass, fly back over here with no problem and take another jab out of my ass. He should be like fucking boop at 90 mile an hour back onto the fucking. So which is it? Is my car actually doing 90 mile an hour and this mosquito's flight is not affected because he's relative to the speed and position that's already in motion? Or is the road, in fact, moving underneath my car and I'm stable? That's likened to the globe flat earth argument about fucking airplanes, if I've ever heard one. Which is just, I could go into the physics of it, but why when you've got a mosquito flying around in your fucking car when you're doing 90 mile an hour? Because if they were right, that motherfucker would be a splat on my window and I'd just have to clean it off instead of fucking scratch. God damn. And live with that for a week. Yeah, I've read all kinds of crazy shit. I've read other people think we're inside the planet. Also, some of these hollow earth people will claim that we are inside the planet. And I'm like, actually, no. That physics doesn't work either. It's concave, not convex. And it would be different from the inside of the planet. And it is. I've seen it. That was part of my download. Mom gave me a grand tour of how she works. And it all begins with that central spark. And I was amazed. I had no idea what the fuck I was looking at. I thought I was crazy at the time because of the download. I was like, no, I've looked at the moon too long. But over time, I proved everything that I was shown actually exists. Through documentation and legend and all this stuff and feral cell, and I was like, holy shit, and working models. I was like, well, okay. Well, maybe Admiral fucking Byrd wasn't so crazy after all. I mean, I've been so wrong, and I make videos when I'm wrong, and I did. I gave Admiral Byrd credit. Well, you know, it's probably not so fucking crazy. We are in a crater. Don't make me beat nobody up, DK. It's not even 5 o'clock in the morning yet. I'm gonna beat a crater into their fucking eyeball. Say now. You see how swelled up your eyeball is? Look around with that motherfucker. It's out of the crater now. In your fucking head. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it. How's that? Yeah, I figured I can't believe it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I got up at 11. 11:30, something like that. I'll be taking a nap today. Tomorrow, my son turns 16. We're going to take a whole day, go do stuff. So I'm working extra today. Then I will be working extra the day after. Because the day after that, I have an emergency delivery to make. I mean, we live in a crater. That is pretty strange, right? And for such a small channel, because I've only got like 150 subs, I think. There's an awful lot of you watching. Yeah, I can't tell if he's excited or not. He wants to go bowling, but we're having a problem finding somewhere to bowl. It spun out your head. See, that's what those things do. They're meant to spin your head. It's like the flat Earth thing. I mean, now we live in a crater. That's worse than flat Earth. It's like we live in a crater. That's fucking nuts. Okay. We probably live in a locker like on fucking what you call it with Will Smith there. We, that's what happened next. We'll be living in a locker somewhere in a train station or whatever that was. I forget what the fuck. I can't even remember the name of that movie that came out. It was like Alien Hunter or some shit on Earth, Alien Cop. Men in Black. That's what it was. We are the moon. that see, that's a funny thing. I mean, okay, if the moon's our reflection, why in the hell is it white and cratered looking? Everything around us is green or brown. It reflected off the dome. I know the dome. Our creator made us a dome. What's funny is they get that whole dome thing from the firmament, and we hear what the firmament is in Bible canon. It ain't got nothing to do with actually Earth. It's the separation of the outer planets and the inner planets by the fucking hammered bracelet where they fucking trapped us on this sun in the void. There is no dome. Now, Inky put an etherical net over the planet, and they draw that very clearly in NASA. It's got the points of Earth and this and that and everything, all that. That's an energy net. That's how they keep our souls in and keep recycling us because they can't get new souls from creation. They have to use us, what they had here. That's all that is. We can travel outside of Mother. It's not good for us. Of course, you don't have your human frequency. You're not going to last long without it. You'll go mad and die. That's been proven by Professor Schumann. And the cuneiform. Every time they take one of us off, they come back with the, oh yeah, he went crazy and died. Well, okay. That's what Schumann said would happen. Fifth Element, yeah, that's a good one. You know that kiosk that they blew up, that big like bar? We built that for 12 Monkeys. Look at that bar that they blew up. They were hiding under and they blew up. Right there where he did that whole thing with the fucking pin that stood up or whatever he did. That whole fucking brown big kiosk looking bar. That was in 12 Monkeys. We made that there. I helped. Yeah, the Schumann that was something I had corrected. You know, I was totally along with bunheads at that point and listening to them like a dumbass because I had just found the Schumann frequency. I'd always told people the Schumann frequency was bullshit, and then I found out that the Schumann frequency was actually not bullshit. And so I started listening to the bunheads, and they were talking about spikes in the Schumann frequency and doing this and that and everything. It was making you feel sick and shit. And I found out actually that's exactly 180 degrees from the fucking truth. And mom showed me that. Like I said, I've been corrected by the planet a few times. I owe her a lot of money, but I don't know how to pay her the money. So I just keep doing what she asks. So she got a good sense of humor. She does that. Yeah, that kiosk was in 12 Monkeys. So I helped make the kiosk. Um, that's I recognized it right off, of course. I was like, oh my god, that's the same fucking kiosk. That's where it went. Universal took it and used it and blew it up in another set. I was like, oh my. It was pretty cool, to watch it blow up and shit. I was like, well, that's gone now. That was back when I was learning how to blow glass. I was doing that on the nights and weekends, helping this guy named Gordon in the Philadelphia School of Arts because we was filming in Philadelphia. 12 Monkeys. And did the airplane scene on Die Hard too. What one of them? I forget which Die Hard, but Bruce was there, and they had fucked up the airplane scene, so we had to build the inside of an airplane and do that while he was there on the set of 12 Monkeys to finish it so they could produce that movie because it came out before 12 Monkeys. So whichever Die Hard that was. I don't really watch movies. Once you make the sets for a movie, it becomes a all right, you'd better be really fucking good to fool me. Because I've done this. I know how you did it. And it kind of takes it out of watching things. So I don't know. Like I said, I've never, I just, for the longest time, I've stopped watching what everybody else watches. So a lot of these things you guys talk about, I don't know. I didn't see it. But I was involved in those, so I do know about them. Fucking Terry Gilliam to this day would know exactly who the fuck Catfish is. Tell you that right now. So would Chuck Roven. What was fucked up? Mary? Everything? everything. Everything you look at. Except for this. $30 motherfucking ounces of marijuana. That ain't fucked up at all. Hey, Shoe. That's what I'm saying. It's all fucked up. I ain't even blowing yet. I'm sitting here watching my kiln do stupid shit. I'm like fucking ready to fight with it. Thank you, D. You have a beautiful day. Oh, the one about how we live in a crater on the moon? I'm going to be sure to miss that one. If I could do anything in my life right now at this point in time, I will do it just to avoid looking at that movie documentary. Oh my God. Yeah, I had a hard time with the flat earth. The crater model, I'm ready to hit somebody already, and I ain't even looked at it yet. Hi, Deborah. How you doing? Oh my God. I can't help myself. That's good to hear. I'm hearing about a new theory over here. Walt Disney explaining it with world maps. Oh my God. See, yep, crater tard theory. It's all over now, huh? See, somebody's going to send me that in a link, and I'm going to instantaneously block them after cussing them out. I'm not kidding. That's just the way I roll with it. I bet I had this one cat I blocked yesterday. I was like, you keep sending me this shit. I just can't take it. And I looked because I was going to unfriend him because I remember he'd been around for a while. And I was like, I already unfriended you. You know what the next step is, don't you? That sucks. Bink on the block list. Boy, that motherfucking block list is insane. I scrolled down it and then I scrolled down it and scrolled down it and scrolled down it and scrolled down it. I was like, fuck. I don't like a whole lot of people. Oh God. I know I've got more on my you busy watching the moon. Awesome. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I don't watch what most people watch. I watch exactly what people ain't looking at. I find that very interesting. Oh my God. Yeah, it's been an interesting adventure getting here today. And it seems like it's getting even better with this whole crater tard thing going on. You guys, it's going on. Apparently, enough of you know about it. It's telling me it's definitely going on. They've run out of flat Earth, or they want to press it. They want to see just how stupid fucking people are. God, we live in a crater on the moon in the dome. Oh dear God. Cool, then. Well, I ain't gonna ask. Her and her roommate had a falling out, I guess. Unfortunately, she had a good thing going there. God. What I love about a 3-hole, see how empty that is? I just scraped up a fucking hella good fucking hash hit off of that shit. Because there's a little well in the middle of those holes. And right there in that little well is your last hit. And it's like your first hit out of my 3 holes. I love that shit. Yeah. That was just me. That's better than the first hit because it was like all hash. Ow. That'll hit you hard. I know, right? It's like, wait a minute, we live in a crater and the moon's a reflection of us. But why is everything green and brown around us and our reflections fucking pure ghost white? I'll wait. Just curious, asking for a friend. God. I guess the flat tards just wasn't happy enough with their flatness. They wanted to be even flatter in a crater. With a black hole for Planet X now. What? Hi, Renee. How are you? Oh, wait a minute. Time out. You're telling me. Now, wait a minute. Morning, Thomas. Hang on. This is very important information here coming in. Hang on a second. Wait a minute. You're telling me that the crater tards have a black hole instead of Planet X. Now, is this all in one theory? Is that what you're telling me? Is this all in one theory? This whole thing is just tied into a black hole now, and we live in a crater. Is that what you're? Ah! Okay, so no, they're not connected, or somebody else just has with a black hole Planet X. No, what? Okay, it's not all one theory. It's just somebody else with a black hole theory about planet. Okay. Thank you for the clarification because I was about to go look at it, the crater tar, just to see. Now, I still don't give a fuck now. Oh, God. Let's go hide in here today. Fuck. These people done lost their minds. Hi, Scott. Good morning. Well, I gotta be credit cards trying to tell you a couple weeks ago. It's fucking I don't even want to hear about it. Stab him in their crater eye. I got a little poker. The whole see, here's the thing now about that black hole planet X theory thing. I gotta tell you right now, when I first saw the moon doing a cartwheel, I had two options come to mind. We either got tilted by a great big sun that I can't see, or there's a black hole somewhere. So it took me a week or so to work it out. And then I was like, well, you know, a gravity well wouldn't tilt the planet necessarily, but a magnet would. So I put the black hole thing on a shelf and it stayed there because it just doesn't fit. So I got to admit, at some point, I had it in my mind as a possibility. Just because watching the moon itself turning over was incredible. And I hadn't worked it out yet. And it took me a while, a couple weeks, like I said, a week or two. And I figured out what was going on. I was like, shit. Now, I didn't know why. I just knew we had tilted and I needed to get the fuck out of Fresno ASAP. And it took me a year, almost to the day. I left on my birthday, October 29th, 2011. And it was like mid October when I noticed it was actually upside down the first time. I had been watching Orion rocking around from rise point to rise point doing this shit when he shouldn't be. And that was my first indicator something was going on. His camera shows every crater. Wait a minute. He didn't notice, but he took pictures. Did he notice now that he's looked at his pictures? He said it was his camera. Oh, God. So his camera flipped upside down on him. Huh. Then he said, we have to talk. You think? You think he watched it tonight, Renee, with his own eyes, just to check his camera? Well, astronomers even mention the tilt, but only of the black hole Planet X thing. Well, at least they're mentioning the tilt. Yeah, that's the funny thing. It's like, well, so because your camera followed this throughout the fucking night, did your camera actually turn upside down when it was taking the pictures slowly? Is that what you're telling me? And people tell me, no, you don't understand. It's different because you live on a globe that spins. And I'm all like, okay, well, imagine my head as a globe. And I'm on the outside of that globe looking out with my eyeballs. And I'm going to rotate my fucking globe. And I swear to God, I ain't never seen anything do a goddamn cartwheel because I turned my head, according to the ecliptic, or the table it's sitting on, or the shelf. But as soon as I start doing that number with my eyeballs on my globe and start fucking doing that, everything starts fucking flip. And my globe. And that's me looking out from my globe. I fully under fucking stand the physics of the moving sky at night. Thank you. It's that tough. Well, it's my perception that these idiots are not getting it. And it ends there. It's just that's all I perceive. I'm like, oh. How do you get through to a self-imposed ignorant person? You know, I mean, honest to God, you can blame school all you want, but at some point you got to take a responsibility and become an adult and start fucking educating yourself. Maybe I don't know if you're that bad off. It does. It hurts for them to be that stupid. It's like, oh. Maybe you do too. You seen the goddamn moon flip. I'm gonna blame you. It's the end's fault. It ain't my fault no more. Y'all seen it. Maybe my insanity is actually contractable through electronic means. I don't know. I saw a movie once. I think we might see Ra rise in the West, Scott. I'm not sure. Although our spin's going to turn around, I expect to see things turn exactly that, rise in the west and set in the east. It's going to be odd. Good. That's a good start to your day. Sore ribs. Hell yeah. Oh my God. Look at this little teeny juicy nug with all the fucking sparkles and glitter and beautiful purpleness. And my little 30, that little bud right there used to cost me $30. I'm kidding. That was some expensive weed, Mr. Briggs. Yeah, well, absolutely, Scott. We're going to be on an opposing um, polarity sun. We're going to have to switch directions to do this. Mom couldn't survive perihelia any other way because currently we're in between these three suns. She has to get behind Ra at this point. Has to. So I said it looked like Mom had one of my butt plugs. Deb. And I opened the bedroom door and got one of those, oh, Jesus Christ, fucking moments. And I slammed the door real quick. I was like, sorry, Mom. You mean to walk in on that? Fuck. Oh, boy. I mean, look at it. She's got her fucking field line all wrapped around it and shit, like she's just all happy about. I'm gonna shove this shit up in my ass. I'm like, oh god, I walked in at the wrong moment. Sorry. Shred. You can't shred that one. So I had to share it. Oh my god, it was all shaky. Like, oh dear, all vibrating and swirling around. I was like, oh dear. Shut the door. Oh Jesus. I do. You're at my work, actually. You're in my dungeon. That's what people can make fun of my dungeon all they want. Look around, it's brick. You can't catch it on fucking fire.
He erected the Great Pyramid.
Get him, Josh!
The Great Halls.
I'm gonna erect something. Fucking talk. Anyway, most glass blowers I know would pay what I pay for rent for a shop to work in. I get my shop for free, and it's my dungeon. And I love my bricks, although most of them are new. So we don't sit over by that wall. It wouldn't look like a dungeon, would it? Self-employed, yeah. See, I give my employee a drug test frequently. Me being the only employee, the odds are stacked in my favor that I'm going to pass. See, because I got a policy. If my employee doesn't smoke marijuana, I don't trust them to do their job right. So my drug testing would include did he light my bowl of hash properly, or did he completely waste it because he lit it too strong and burned out the THC before it could even get into his lungs? Did he enjoy the fucking flavor of it? I keep wanting to scrape my little flake Yeah, remember, this is sugar hash. And I got to tell you something about this hash right here. I don't know if it's indicative of sugar hash. You might have to try a different flavor. Or if it's just this particular sugar hash. I could literally get myself a fingerful of this shit and just go at it and just keep going until it was like a bowl of ice cream. This is some good shit. I mean, like, fucking delicious. You ever have one of those uh, cannabis lollipops? It tastes like a fucking, like some Bubba Kush. It's what that tastes like. Sugar hash. Damn, it is fucking delicious. Tastes just like a sucker because it's like sweet and really powerfully marijuana. Good stuff. I have my butter to do that with. But I'll tell you, that's what I got right here. And it is sugar wax. Sugar wax. Bubba Kush. Boop. And, you know, about 70%, 68% THC. A little higher than normal hash because they add oil to it. It is. And it stays on your tongue. I am going to taste that for a while now. I mean, a while. I'll taste that for a good long while. Fucking delicious. Eat it. Just a little sip. It's delicious. It tastes like those little lollipops. I just ate a couple of crumbs off of it, and it spread around your mouth, all oily. I'll tell you, Renee, one of my favorite strains is bubblegum blueberry or blueberry bubblegum. A friend of mine used to grow it outdoors up in Humboldt, and I'd go up there and shit. He fucking putting it. Man, you taste that shit 20 minutes later. It tastes like bubblicious in your mouth still, just from hitting the weed. Delicious shit. Yeah, very piney. And very, yes, delicious. Get your raw out of here. What's up, Mardik? Infused sugar. Nice. I've infused honey. I've got a jar of honey. I should infuse some. Yeah, Seamus would be pissed. Yeah, we'll combine the two, bubblegum and blueberry, just pure old school strains together. Holy fucking delicious. Really good, good. They accentuate each other to the point that it literally tastes like fucking bubblicious. It was crazy. And I haven't had it for years. I'd love to find it again. Yeah, I've made baklava and honey chocolate and all kinds of shit with THCs. My favorite though is ice cream. I love fucking ice cream. Uh, I got a 16-year-old. I gotta make if I make ice cream, it's not gonna be cream. What they got? They got 99% pure shit. They call it white out there. We call it clear in California. It's fucking hard shit. Cooked down with ether. Yeah, I make my green butter. I add my green butter to everything that I'm gonna eat. I even got a batch of cookies that I made the other day. I've got a couple of the cookies still left because they're pretty strong. But Seamus, don't get him. He just came in and said, "Bad daddy." Yeah, I reminded him. I was like, I've asked you to cook them for a month. You know that story about that little red hen? I figured, fuck it, do it myself. Well, Scott, the legalization basically made everybody a pot star now. They're going to take whatever strains and they're going to combine them, and then they'll fucking generation them out and then combine them and combine them. That way it can be different and name their own strain. Now everybody got a fucking strain. Snoopy Dogg got a strain. Fucking Tommy got a strain. Jack motherfucking Harry was original with that shit. Alright. Yo, we won fucking Cannabis Cup 4 years in a row. They can have their strains, but they ain't got the fucking growing techniques that took Cannabis Cup 4 times in a row. Guess who does? Guess who knows those tricks that create THC beyond anything? Fucking just stacks on top of the sugar crystals, and there ain't no leaf left. They just fucking sugary. It's like, oh, look at that. It's vicious. It's ugly. It's ugly. They can have their strains, but they don't know how to make them good. No seeds come with medical marijuana. Well, sometimes it does, and then you can count yourself lucky. But not too often. Most of them are grown from clones. Which make them pretty weak eventually. And then they gotta fucking seed stock it. And then occasionally you'll get one in your medicine. Then they'll put out more clones. A lot of the clubs around, or a lot of the growers will grow moms and fields of moms and then take the clones off of moms and keep the moms alive. Now, personally, I like making a mom like a bush and then letting her bloom. Mm. I've seen some yields. Like we had this mango plant What wasn't me? It was my friend actually. So I can't really say we, but I mean, I helped him smoke it. I helped him hang it and everything. So I'm going to include myself in this. My boy had grown this shit in his backyard, and it was so big. You've seen the squared hedges. He squared this fucking thing off, and it was huge. He had been mothering it and growing it as a hedge and let it bud. And the thing looked like a fucking marijuana hedge, man. You couldn't really tell it was fucking marijuana because it didn't look like a fucking marijuana plant. It looked like a fucking hedge. And this shit was mango. Oh my God. Dude, it took up like all the rafters in his garage. We were hanging this shit up when it was done. I mean, the harvest on that shit was insane. And it tasted delicious. But I mean, it was a few years old too. It did this in Fresno. It was good. It was good stuff. But he had been mothering it for a few years at that point. Had a trunk on it like a fucking tree. You know? It was a hedge in his backyard. No, it was a fucking marijuana cut down. It kept it clear. And we harvested that shit. You bet. It was beautiful. He planted it. It got too big for his tent. He's like, I'm going to move her outside, and this will be the year. And he had been clipping it and trimming it to keep it down in the first place, so it looked like a hedge when we moved it out there. Because you know how mothers are, you clip and it'll grow too. Motherfucker. I'll show you something. So you get a big bush looking shit. And yeah, she buttered up good, man. It was great. It was good. It was good. We was smoking for a while on mangoes. Oh yeah, yeah, you did. So here's a little trick though. When you're harvesting, a lot of people take and cut her off at the dirt. Don't do that. That would be my first suggestion to you. Dig up as much of that root ball as you can. Get you a pot of boiling water going. Take said root ball, clean out the dirt gently. Doesn't have to be real clean because you're fixing to dip it in that fucking bowl of water. It'll clean off. Just get most of your dirt shook off of that root ball and take and dip that shit. Don't hold it in there. Don't cook it. Just fucking dip that shit. Dip it real quick and hang her upside down. That's going to tell the plant you're dead. And because you didn't cook it, you just shocked the roots. You don't want to cook it. You just want to fucking whoop whoop and shock those roots, shake her up, and dry it. And every bit of starch in them fucking roots gonna suck. You watch your roots go because they're converting into sugar. The plant knows it's dead, and it's got one thing left for its genes to do, and that's produce sticky to catch that pollen before it dies so it can maybe produce in desperation a seed. And you're going to double stack, triple stack your THC crystals on that shit. After about 3, maybe 4 days of letting it hang with the root ball, go ahead and cut that root ball off and dry it as normal. You're going to notice damn, I wish I'd have joined that fucking cannabis cup because I'd have probably won it this year. Motherfucking Jack Harry ain't got shit on my ass. That was one of his big tricks right there. They use that trick in herbology to make medicines. That's where they get the medicines, and they'll boil the roots of all these medicinal plants to make them explode in these chemicals they need to extract so they can fucking make our farmies out of. Well, it works the same way with THC. It is the reproduction part of the female part of the plant. And that is what catches the pollen for the plant. And they're like, another trick is, and I wouldn't suggest trying it at home because the amateur ain't, you're going to fuck up a good crop if you try it and fuck it up. If you get a male, keep it separated. That includes the clothes that you wear. If you ever around your male, you got to change before you ever get around your females. There's a whole process of this. But you're looking for pollen. So you get your pollen on a fucking Q-tip. Put it in a plastic bag. Wash the fucking plastic bag. Change your fucking clothes. Go into your female place. Take that motherfucker on the Q-tip and go, dap. Put it back in the motherfucking thing and walk out of there. You just pollinated one little speck of fucking one of those buds on your shit. Guess what's going to happen now? She just got a taste of what she wanted. She's going to produce more THC. And a couple of seeds. So there's you a couple of tips. Why are you having a horrible day? That's no good. I like radishes. My kiln's fixing to have a horrible day if it doesn't start acting right. Now, something's going on. When it gets warmed up, it slows down. I'm like, why the fuck are you doing that? It's acting like it's on a program. I didn't put it on. Might have to reset my Fuji. Yeah. Well, just one of them. Well, you know how that goes. If you've ever had puppies, there's always a runt. It sucks. You always root for it. Storm was the runt of Lightning's first litter. Shit, I felt it. Interesting. Felt it on my butt. Unless they're not registered one here. There's a little 3.9 out there on the border in Nevada. I was like, did I just feel something? A little tiny tickle on my butt because I know it moved. I felt it. I'm sitting on concrete. About 15 minutes ago, there's a 3.9 right out here in Nevada. How you doing, Jason? What up, brother? Well, at least you got a few that lived, you know? What am I doing away? I woke up about 11:30. You have a good day too, Scott. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I passed out early yesterday and woke up about 11:30, 12. Start warming up the kiln. I'm sitting here trying to figure out what's wrong with it. It keeps warming up, but it's acting like it's on a program that I didn't put it on or something. I'm not sure what the fuck's wrong over here. And Mary, I've been talking to Mary all night for like 3.5 hours. This is my second bowl. It took me 3 hours to smoke the first one. That's why I just don't get high because I babysit my shit. I get a little buzz. I don't need to get high. Just you know, sitting on the concrete. I keep forgetting my bubble wrap. Even if I had bubble wrap though, with my broken back, man, I never sit in one position too long. I know better. I will lock up. I'm like, fuck. So, the secret to happiness with a broken back, keep moving. I'm smoking some kind of purple stuff today. Occasionally, like when I go see Anna, she'll get me high. I'll be like a little fucking kid. We'll get in there laughing and shit. Like, fuck, man, I ain't been this high since the last time I seen you, Anna. Fucking Russian got me high. That's written all over her big graffiti wall. The Russian did it. She's Russian. We love her. Doesn't make her all bad. Like I said, I mean, I have friends from all nationalities. I mean, we all want the same thing, to be in peace and love with each other and raise our children or have our lives in peace, man. And that doesn't start with bombs or leaders that want to drop bombs or make bombs. We need to abolish our leaders, not the weapons. We get rid of the weapons. We just need to abolish our leaders. Yeah, no, I know it's not good for your back. I have a nice captain's chair I can sit up there and do this shit with, but honestly, usually I would be working, but I'm like, I haven't seen my kiln get up to full temperature yet. Not once. It just keeps getting close and then it's shut down. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this thing? I have no answers. I'm gonna have to start ordering electronic parts for it. And I hope I get the right one. There's a couple. One of them's real expensive. I'm sitting there looking at the readout on it, and it's telling me something's not working right. It says it's working right, but I don't know that. That little light there might be lying to me for all I know, because the light over here's working too. And I see the kiln isn't. See that light, that little light ain't shining. I mean, right now it is. It's going up to 10, but it has not hit my set temperature in 3 hours. And when it's working, I should be able to set temperature in about half an hour, let it set in another half an hour, and I'm usually working in an hour because I like to let the heat set into my kiln bricks. So my kiln bricks aren't cold relative to the air around them to add stress to my glass. It's all about, you know, heat saturation and shit. So thermodynamics. Yeah, it's not the thermostat. I'm thinking it might be the relay switch, which is or voltage controller, whichever you want to call it. I don't think it's my computer, which is a Fuji. Them motherfuckers run you about $300. I got mine for 60 about 25 years ago. That seems to be working just fine. But so does the relay. And I know if the relay was going out, it would act like it's doing right now. Or it wouldn't do anything. Or it would be like my other one was, in the on position all the time, full go. And this one isn't engaging. It's doing some weird shit right now. It's making me wonder if I don't have that thing programmed wrong, because I remember one day hitting the fucking buttons and then having to reset because I had gotten into the programming somewhere. And I was like, well, that's not what I want. And I'm just wondering if I didn't change a parameter in there. And I don't have my old parameters because I wrote them down. And I do not have that anymore. Imagine that. I've had it for 25 years. I've never had to go back into the programming. So I'm kind of like, fuck. I don't have the instruction manual. I'm going to see, there's probably one online. And I'll see if I can't go through, if I have to manually reset my programming or try and figure out exactly what the fuck I did. Because if it's the Fuji, it's definitely on a program. And I'm watching it for a pattern. Anyway, I don't know what the hell's going on with it yet. But it's a program. I've got it on a hold at 1160, and it's not even hardly hitting my target at all. It'll go up to 1060 and cut the feed. Yet my lights are still staying on like it's engaged. But the kiln starts to cool down at 1060. Now this one's climbing. Sometimes it'll go to 1080, sometimes it'll hit 1100. But it hasn't hit 1160 yet. And it's like, why? I have not found the answer yet. And it's not a loose anything. I've looked for that. So now it's like, is it my programming? Is it my computer? Which would be my programming. I mean, is it fucked up? Or is it the relay? It's really acting weird. See, it's off now, and it hasn't hit 1100 yet. It's going back down 1080. I was hoping it was going to go up, but it didn't. It just cut off at 1100, 1080. It's like that's 80 degrees under what I have it set for. My light indicator light tells me it's still on, but my alarm light isn't going off. And I know the alarm light should be going on with the fluctuation I'm seeing in the kiln temperature, which is a part of the programming that tells your kiln, hey, motherfucker, whoa, 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 because it's supposed to maintain a temperature, and it's not even trying to do that. My green light just says I'm fine over here, but I'm not seeing my alarm lights go off either, which is really alarming me. And I don't know what I've done. So I'm pretty convinced it's something I've done to my kiln. And I'm going to have to go back in and find my program. But it's on full crash speed right now. Just boom, 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 boom. I'm watching the degrees tick away. I'm at 900 again. I've already fallen 180 degrees. I should never see that. I can't blow art. I can blow pipes doing this. But I could never sculpt a fucking dragon right now. Or make that bubbler I made last week. Right before this shit started happening. I'm not sure what the fuck I did. And I think it's something I did. I hit the wrong fucking feed button, man. Son of a bitch. I'm not good at these computer things. This one I've managed to keep operating for a while, though. It's not very hard. It's got 3 fucking buttons. Guess what? I have fucking deprogrammed my kiln somehow. And I'm sure I did it because I remember being in my settings and I was like, well, this is not where I want to be. I hope I didn't fucking touch anything without realizing. And then because I know how to press to get out of my, I've ended up in my programming before. And I've backed out of it. But I think I might have hit another button and caused my programming to fucking do something that I'm watching and I'm not understanding. What the fuck did I do? I turned it up another. I already did, AJ. I tried that. It's on its own thing. I don't know what the hell I did. I think I turned it off of operate onto set program of something. God, I have no idea what I've done. I don't have my instruction booklet. I looked around. I don't have that thing anywhere. Well, that's the whole problem, Deborah. I know. I was fucking not paying attention to what I was doing. And I think I changed a parameter. I'm just gonna have to see if they've got the instruction booklet online. I mean, it's old. It should be there. It's a company that still sells this model of the exact same fucking unit I've got. I'm pretty sure it's the same. I've seen pictures of it. It looks like the same exact unit. Oh, nice. Well, I did that. That's what I'm saying. I did. I double checked my programming. I think because it's got different. I said, my alarms aren't turning on, which is cluing me into I've turned something off. All of these options have on off options. I'm thinking I've turned off the alarm somehow. And it's an internal alarm. It's nothing I hear, but I can see the light, the indicator, and it's something that's on a lot on my kiln, and it's not. It's just not. It's not coming on. It's telling the kiln, or telling the Fuji is telling me I'm falling below my parameters. I'm making emergency adjustments. That's what the alarm light tells me. And it's definitely below its parameters now. It's 760. And I haven't seen the alarm light come on once. It's almost 400 degrees below my target. And it'll just kick in randomly. Between 600 and 700, it kicks in. And it'll come up to that. I mean, it is just, it's driving me nuts, is what it's doing. Like I said, it's within my safety parameters, which I find kind of funny. Because you can't crash it down all the way in Pyrex and expect it to hold good. It's got to stay at least 600 degrees and on a mean temperature of 8. It's keeping that. But that's not what I wanted to do. See? So I'm thinking that's an actual preset parameter Fuji has in it because it's a kiln controller specifically. And it has different settings I know that will do stuff like this. But I've never fucked with them. Ever, ever, ever. So I don't want to get into my programming without the book. Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking I'm actually on a preset setting somehow, and it's ignoring my programming. I think that's what I've done. And I'm not sure how I did it. So I'm gonna have to get my instruction booklet out. I know better than I know it's only got 3 buttons, but I can fuck up my world with those 3 buttons, and I know that for sure. I was just hoping it was a loose end somewhere or something, or maybe the relay. I've been trying to make it anything other than that. But it looks like that might be actually what the problem is. I've got it on an alternative function. It's not doing what I want it to do. It's doing what I told it to do. Yeah, I need the manual. I'll fuck it up if I go in there and try and guess. I know what some of them are, but I'm not sure which one I was even on. See, that's so probably what I'm going to actually end up doing is looking at exactly how I can reset my programming and see if there's an easy way out of this where I can just reprogram my settings because I know what they are. I know my formula. I just put my formula in digital form. It's the rest of the damn thing I don't understand. Like I said, I think I've put it on a predetermined setting that Fuji has in there because there's different settings I can put it on. And I don't remember what mine was. All I know is I programmed in a certain parameter on all kinds of different for example, when I'm cooling down, I need to at my maximum cooling rate per half inch would be about 3 degrees a minute maximum cool down rate over several hours from annealing at about 1280. So do the math, and then you come down to like 4.5 to 6 hours, something like that, 5.5 and a half, 6 hours, and that's my ramp down. I know how to program that. That's all my formula. But yeah, those parameters look okay, but it's totally ignoring it. I'm like, fuck me. Yes, too fast is thermal shock. Absolutely. And I'm making sure it's not going below my parameters, which right at the moment, it's kind of scary. Which is making me think, holy shit, this is on a fucking absolutely insane ramp down cycle. Because I've watched this cycle go from it almost heated up full, then it started cooling down and it would hit 700. Now I'm working down around 600 and then it'll start back up. And I can hear it kicking like eh. And I'm not seeing alarms or anything going off on this shit. And it's just steady, slowly ramping down. I'm about 600, 590. So progressively, the bottom temperature has been falling, like it's ramping down to something. And I'm thinking, it's hammer time. Now look, they're just engaged. And not only engaged, it's full on fucking gas. I can tell it's going to warm up now. See, and this is really pushing my envelope of safety. And it's back up in a flash. And the bricks are hot, obviously, because that motherfucker's double digit flying. It's like, it's heating up. My box is hot. It's holding temperature. My thermostat's at the coolest part of my kiln, also. But it's feeling the fucking heat now. See, we're already back up to 7. It's getting up but hotter, faster. Fucking crazy. I don't know what the hell, man. Are there fuses in kilns? Well, kinda. I've got a fuse, but it's not anything to that circuit. And if it went off, my Fuji wouldn't light up. It's a safety to make sure that if anything crosses in there with the feeds, my Fuji's protected from any surge. The computer's got its own circuit to its power, so it can't be accidentally It doesn't need 100. It doesn't need 15 watts feeding the Fuji. And if it ever tried, it would blow the circuit. But yeah, that's not the problem. That's the only fuse. And then there's a relay. See, and I'm hearing relay problems in here too, and I'm just wondering if that's coming from the kiln programming itself, or if it's the actual relay that might be heating up and having issues. But the last time my relay went out, it went out on me full on. It was like stuck on, and I was unplugging and plugging my kiln to regulate the temperature because it would just go to cook and cook and cook and cook. So I was down to manual. That's why I had to order a new relay. That's a new rate relay in there. Relatively speaking, it's within the last 6 months and just brand new put in there. I'm looking at my ineptness and have pushed the wrong setting. I think my kiln's fucked up because I changed something. Because I should be seeing a yellow light over here right now, just freaking out. I am below parameters, and it's just not showing up. I've worked with this thing for a long time, and I know just on a normal day, I'm watching that thing. It goes off every time the element goes on because it'll go off and tell my element you need to go back on. It's telling, it's like I've hit parameter, alarm set. You know what I mean? It doesn't really mean anything. It's just I've gone below my parameter. So that's not happening. I've done something. I'm I'm fucking stupid, man, when it comes to this shit. Like I said, I threw away my goddamn instructions apparently fucking years and years ago. I don't know. I mean, they might be in that fucking big batch of shit that I lost when I left North Carolina because I had a senator fucking trying to kill me. Fuck. I don't know. I'm gonna see if there's a set online. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. It's a highly sought after item. They have it online. I was just trying to decipher what's going on, and I'm pretty sure I have come to the conclusion I pushed the wrong button. It's that simple. So I'll figure out which button. I'll figure it out. I wasn't sure. And I'm pretty sure now because I'm realizing, jackass, your alarm lights have not come on at all. And your kiln is acting like it has an absolutely fucked up mind of its own. It's crazy. Because it's up to 1,000, 1030. Keeps climbing now. It's going to shut off probably about what, 1080? And that's an old annealing temperature for some thin glass. And I know that's a preset. And I'm wondering, is it counting down? Is it actually annealing something? Nothing I'm working on. It's got a mind of its own. Voltage meters and oscilloscopes, brooms and polishing brass. That was what the Navy was for me. I haven't seen an oscilloscope in fucking years. I'm sure they've made advances. My God, look at the fucking ferrule cell. That's what, like maybe 6 years old at the most. Ferrule cell. I don't know. I mean, damn, that's fucking incredible. Oh my God. Yeah, it doesn't want to cook my art. Now, if I put it on the annealing program, I wonder if that would matter. I don't think it would. Let me see while we're sitting here. Because I have my own annealing program right here. Really? No, it hasn't changed anything. It's screaming at itself, though. My alarm lights still haven't come on yet. Hmm. Hmm. That's another possibility there. Not likely, though. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, this is absolutely fucking aggravating. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna put on some Josh. Unplug this cocksucker. See what I can see. I've got something in my box of mess. We'll listen to Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
Empty.
Well, I work with this.
He placed in it his records and appointed guards for his secrets among the high of his people.
Yes.
In later times,
Mary.
the descendants of these guards became the pyramid priests, by which Thoth was deified as the god of wisdom. The recorder, by those in the age of darkness which followed in his passing, in legend, the halls of Amenti became the underworld, the halls of the gods, where the soul passed after the death for judgment. During later ages, the ego of Thoth passed into the bodies of men in the manner described in the tablets. As such, he incarnated 3 times in his last being, known as Hermes, the thrice born, Hermes Trismegistus. Yeah. In this incarnation, he left the writings known to modern occultists as the Emerald Tablets, a later and far lesser exposition of the ancient mysteries. The tablets translated in this work are 10 which were left in the Great Pyramid in the custody of the pyramid priests. The 10 are divided into 13 parts for the sake of convenience. The last 2 are so great and far-reaching in their import that at present it is forbidden to release them to the world at large. Really?
This will just say, Josh.
Now, I didn't know that. So the last 2 tablets, let me get this straight. The last 2 Emerald Tablets of Thoth are so great and far-reaching in their import that at present it is forbidden to release them to the world at large?
What just say, Josh?
I'd like to have you release them to me then, please.
It won't
Let me decide if I can handle it or not. Let me decide if, it's too big for me to wrap my mind around. Please challenge me. Blow my mind. Let me see what you got. Give me those last 2 tablets. Let me decide for myself if you're going to blow my mind. I think not. Go ahead and let me have it. However, in those contained herein are secrets which will prove of inestimable value to the serious student. They should be read not once but 100 times, for only thus can the true meaning be revealed. A casual reading will give glimpses of beauty, but more intensive study will open avenues of wisdom to the seeker. But now, a word to how these mighty secrets came to be revealed to modern man after being hidden so long. Some 1,300 years BC, Egypt, the ancient Kem, was in turmoil, and many delegations of priests were sent to other parts of the world. Among these were some of the pyramid priests, who carried with them the emerald tablets as a talisman by which they could exercise authority over the less advanced priestcraft of races descended from other Atlantean colonies. The tablets were understood from legend to give the bearer authority from Thoth. The particular group of priests bearing the tablets immigrated to South America, where they found a flourishing race, the Mayans, who remembered much of the ancient wisdom. Among these, the priests settled and remained. In the 10th century, the Mayas had thoroughly settled the Yucatan, and the tablets were placed beneath the altar of one of the great temples of the sun god. After the conquest of the Mayans by the Spaniards, the cities were abandoned and the treasures of the temples were forgotten. It should be understood that the Great Pyramid of Egypt has been and is still a temple of initiation into the mysteries. Jesus, Solomon, Apollonius, and others were initiated here. The writer, who has a connection with the Great White Lodge, also works through the pyramid priesthood, was instructed to recover and return to the Great Pyramid the ancient tablets. This, after adventures which need not be detailed here, was accomplished Before returning them, he was given permission to translate and retain a copy of the wisdom engraved on the tablets. This was done in 1925, and only now has permission been given for it to be, in part, published. It is expected that many will scoff, yet the true student will read between the lines and gain wisdom. If the light is in you, that's a very powerful statement. If the light is in you, the light which is engraved in these tablets will respond to you. Wow, I like the sound of that. Now, a word as to the material aspect of the tablets. They consist of 12 tablets of emerald green, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and substances, and in effect, the atomic and cellular structure is fixed, no change ever taking place. In this respect, they violate the material law of ionization. Upon them are engraved characters in the ancient Atlantean language, characters which respond to attuned thought waves, releasing the associated mental vibration in the mind of the reader. The tablets are fastened together with hoops of golden-colored alloy suspended from a rod of the same material. The wisdom contained therein is the foundation of the ancient mysteries. And for the one who reads with open eyes and open mind, his wisdom shall be increased 100-fold. Read, believe or not, but read. And the vibration found therein will awaken a response in your soul. In the following pages, I will reveal some of the mysteries which has as yet only been touched upon lightly either by myself or by other teachers or the students of truth. Man's search for understanding of the laws which regulate his life has been unending, yet always just beyond the veil which shields the higher plane from the material man's vision. The truth has exited, ready to be assimilated by those who enlarge their vision by turning inward or outward, not outward, in their search. In the silence of material senses lies the key to the unveiling of wisdom. He who talks does not know. He who knows does not talk. The highest knowledge is unutterable, for it exists as an entity in lanes which transcend all material words or symbols. All symbols are but keys to doors leading to truths. And many times the door is not opened because the key seems so great that the things which are beyond it are not visible. If we can understand that all keys, all material symbols, are manifestations and are but extensions of a great law and truth, we will begin to develop the vision which will enable us to penetrate beyond the veil. All things in all universes move according to law, and the law which regulates the movement of the planets is no more immutable than the law which regulates the material expressions of man. One of the greatest of all cosmic laws is that which is responsible for the formation of man as a material being. The great aim of the mystery schools of all ages has been to reveal the workings of the law which connect man and the material and the spiritual. The connecting link between the material man and the spiritual man is the intellectual man, for the mind partakes of both the material and immaterial qualities.
See if that works.
The aspirant for higher knowledge must develop the intellectual side of his nature and so strengthen his will that it is able to concentrate all powers of his being on and in the plane he desires. The great search for light, life, and love only begins on the material plane, carried to its ultimate, its final goal, its complete oneness with the universal consciousness. The foundation in the material is the first step. Then comes the higher goal of spiritual attainment. In the following pages, I will give an interpretation of the Emerald Tablets and their secret, hidden, esoteric meanings. Concealed in the words of Thoth are many meanings that do not appear on the surface. Light of knowledge brought to bear upon the tablets will open many new fields of thought. Read and be wise, but only if the light of your own consciousness awakens the deep-seated understanding, which is an inherent quality of the soul.
Fucking
Heavy
kidding me.
stuff there. Yowza. So that's a preface of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
Where's my hammer?
So here we go. Tablet number 1, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I, Thoth, the Atlantean master of mysteries, keeper of records, mighty king magician living from a generation to generation,
It's your fault.
being
ain't
about to pass into the halls of Amenti, set down for the guidance of those that are to
I
come
just
after
bought that fucking
these
relay.
records of the mighty wisdom of the great Atlantis.
Although you're still not telling me.
In the great city of Kior on the island of Ungol, in a time far past, I began this incarnation. Not as the
That
little
relay's
men
hot
of the
as
present
fuck.
age did, the mighty ones of Atlantis live and
It's
die,
buzzing.
but rather from aeon
All
to
of a sudden,
aeon did they
like,
renew their
trying
life
to
in the
do
halls
stuff.
of Amenti, where river of life flows eternally onward.
I can see by
100
the
times
lickety
10 have I
something's
descended the
going
dark
on.
way that led into light. As many times as I have ascended from the darkness into the light, my strength and power has been renewed. Now for a time I descend, and the men of Chem is alchemy in ancient Egypt, and the men of Chem shall know me no more. But in a time yet unborn, I will rise again, mighty and potent, requiring an accounting of those left behind me. Then beware, O men of alchemy, if ye have falsely betrayed my teaching, for I shall cast ye down from your high estate into the darkness of cave from whence ye came. Betray not my secrets to the men of the north or the men of the south, lest my curse fall upon you. Remember and heed my words, for surely I will return again and require of thee that which you guard. I, even from beyond time and from beyond death, I will return, rewarding or punishing ye as you have requited your trust. You sound familiar here? Jesus is coming back. He's gonna come back. If you ain't got your shit together, he's gonna kill you.
It's warming up.
Sound
again.
familiar? Alien gods going around setting themselves up, telling everybody that they're, the all-powerful, getting them to worship them. Great were my people in the ancient days, great beyond the conception of the little people now around me. We mean humans by little people. Knowing the wisdom of old, seeking far within the heart of infinity, knowledge that belonged to earth's youth. Wise were we with the wisdom of the children of light who dwelt among us. Strong were we with the power drawn from the eternal fire. In all of these, greatest among the children of men was my father. Thought me,
No.
keeper of the
God,
great
that's
temple,
right. It's Tuesday.
linked between the children of light who dwelt within the temple and the races of men who inhabited the 10 islands. Mouthpiece after the 3 of the dweller of Unal, speaking to the kings with a voice that must be obeyed. Grew I there from childhood into manhood, being taught by my father the elder
That
mysteries,
looks like a lunar roll.
until in time there grew within the fire of wisdom, until it burst into a consuming flame.
He says his camera. That's good
Not
shit.
desired I, but the attainment of wisdom, until in a great day the command came from the dweller of the temple that I be brought before him.
Christ.
Few there were among the children of men who had looked upon that mighty face and lived. For not as the sons of men are the children of light when they are not incarnate in a physical body. So when they're not in a physical body, they're just light beings. Sounds like Palladians. By the way, we were referencing that movie Knowing a couple of times in the broadcast. That's what comes down and is taking the kids to see life on other planet, Palladians. When they start showing up, it's really not good news for your planet. I've heard people saying they've been seeing Palladians, in their dreams. I'm like, that's not good news. These guys only show up when a planet's about to be completely fucking destroyed. Chosen was I from the sons of men, taught by the dwellers so that his purposes might be fulfilled. purposes yet unborn in the womb of time. Long ages I dwelt in the temple, learning ever and yet ever more wisdom, until I too approached the light emitted from the great fire. Taught me, he did, the path to Amente, the underworld where the great king sits upon his throne of might. Deep I bowed in homage before the lords of life and the lords of death, receiving as my gift the key of life. Free was I from the halls of Amenti, bound not by death to the circle of life. Far to the stars I journeyed until space and time became as naught. So he's gaining immortality here. Transcending the death of the physical body. That's the real secret of the secret societies, Freemasonry and the rest of it.
So I was trying to help this
It's
guy
how to
out.
gain
On
immortality
someone
by being conscious of your of how you
Cascadia
reincarnate.
Mega Thrust. This dude
Through the
has
learning
a
of his
prediction.
teachings.
I'm like,
That's really what it's all about. And the Anunnaki talked about how they
10-day forecast.
they
I
did
said,
not
once
give
as you
man the
mentioned
gift
the
of long
valley
life,
of
but they could.
Long, the caldera. He keeps saying it's the Mojave Desert. I'm like, no, motherfucker, it's the goddamn Long Valley. I said I could teach you if you want to go back and look at one of my videos. I said I could teach you how to get your magnitude and position on like to the hour instead of a fucking 10-day forecast. But that would require him to go look at my shit. And I had somebody say, yeah, prove it. And I just answered, I have several times. Timestamp on my channel and my Facebook, duh. I'm dealing with a fucktard. What do you mean prove it? Fucking click on my name and go look. Dipshit. Just like I'm clicking up on. Now, wait a minute. That's not what's supposed to happen here. No. 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 I don't like you. Ah. Oh. I see. Zero content having motherfucker. Got it. Got you loud and clear. I see who you are. Somebody with a big mouth and zero content. Awesome. So yeah, I have proven it several times. God, people are stupid. You think I would say something like that in public if I hadn't already fucking documented that shit? Jesus Christ. I really did teach fucking Dutch how to fucking read or predict his fucking quakes before I got good. And that's all documented on my Facebook page if you want to go back and look. In the very beginning, I still to this day use the same quake map I taught him how to do it on, and I use the same method. Actually, I don't use it at all. I've found other things to look at. It's still there though. I still see it. I could do it. I do quite often. I'll be like, all right. Not quite often. I do it occasionally. I've made videos showing you how to do it and resulting. I was like, look, ta-da. I said, honestly, it happened like a couple of hours after I said it's going to happen within an hour. And within an hour, if I'm 2 hours out, it don't count. But for the video purpose, I did count it. I was like, look, it happened. But I'm just trying to get it across. Like, look, there's a reason this is happening.
And if you understand the reason and see what's going on here, you can predict the quake real fast. And I didn't have ISWAP when I was teaching Dutch how to do it. I was just doing it off of the pattern that I found in the quake matter. And everybody, not just Dutch, it ain't like I sat Dutch down and said, hey man, here's how you do it. I was trying to teach everybody like I do here on this, but I was doing this on my Facebook. Like we do. And he picked up on it, for fuck's sake. And I've said it many times. He was a mean son of a bitch to me. He called me cocksucking old man, crazy old man, this, that, and everything, old man. Mostly crazy old man. Especially when I started talking about multiple fives per day. He was like, oh, you fucking crazy old man. Fuck you. I've blocked him twice. On Facebook. I unblocked him once to pat him on the back and give him a little pep talk when he was fighting with the USGS. And I mean literally. Like, be like, look, dude, don't fucking fold. Don't be fucking pussy. You gotta be kidding me, man. You're at least providing a service, telling people there's going to be quakes here or there, even if you ain't telling them the truth about how you're doing it. His next fucking word to me was, oh, it's fucking you. It's you. It's fucking you, isn't it? As if I had started his bullshit with the USGS or some shit. So I blocked him again promptly. Little fucking Dutch bitch. Fucking Dutch boy. Motherfucker. That is you. It started on me like I started his fucking shit with the fucking you. Like, nah, dude. I'm just gonna have to fucking put you back on the block list over here. Some people were born from a block list. That's become evident. I don't hear any birds this morning here. Usually they get started about 3 or 4 a.m. That's fucking unnerving. Well, before the sun comes up, birds are talking. Tell you what. Rather disturbed in the way my damn kiln's acting. Feeling like I'm gonna have to get myself a new relay switch. Thing is, sucks. This is the same fucking relay switch I bought off and had for 25 fucking years at work. This thing here's 6 months old, and you're telling me this is what I get out of it? That's I'm gonna make sure the programming is right first. We'll do that. I need my computer to do that. It means I ain't gonna be looking at you guys. I'll be looking at I gotta look at my computer for that. I can't do it on my phone. So while it's hot, I'm gonna pop off a couple of them. I might even go take a nap.
I don't have anything planned for the day except for working. I'm gonna look up my Fuji controller, and next time I heat that motherfucker up and turn it on, I'm gonna make sure my shit's on right. And it's still doing it. Oh well, we'll just rough it through it again. I'm still pretty convinced it's probably something I did. Although it's just acting really funny. I don't know what the fuck. And it's down to 745 again. Heading down to 700. That's not where I need it to be at all. It's irritating as fuck, man. Hi, Chad. Good morning. Yeah, not very many people manufacture anything anymore in this country. But you're looking at some of the problems of manufacturing, and it's my equipment at this point. It's like eating a hole in my butt. It ain't the damn thing. I'm just rolling with it. What are you going to do? It'll really give me a hard time. I'd unplug my motherfucking Fuji and just plug that motherfucker into the wall and say, cook, baby. But it's not bugging me to that point yet. Not yet. It's getting there. I'm about ready to fucking hammer down on this shit. Like I said, I'm gonna take a nap and take it on with a fresh mind. Maybe. Either way, I'm blowing out these few. And that's gonna be it on the morning. I'm gonna let this component cool down. My components are hot. Not my components, my fucking computer's cool as cucumber, but that goddamn relay is hot as fuck. I was like, whoa. That's hot. It shouldn't be that hot. It's a brand new fucking relay. Don't 6-6 me. My digits just went 3 6s. Now it's 661. I'm falling below my fucking parameter of safety. What the fuck are you doing? See, now I'm getting to the point that maybe I might want to just unplug this motherfucker and hit it with a hammer. Plug it in. That puts me manually babysitting my fucking kiln again. I don't like doing that. That takes hours and hours out of the day. If you gotta do it, you gotta do it. I'll just run it with my thermocouple and do it manually. I would have to change around my shop a little bit to make it feasible to do. But I gotta have easy access to that wall plug right there to do it that way. If that's what it takes, that's what I'm gonna do. This is fucking getting ridiculous. It's down to 620. 628. 629. See, it's going up again now. It keeps hitting that fucking same 630 note now. It is not okay. That's another thing saying, is it the programmer? I gotta look at that. Tell you this much. Before we try this again, I will have looked at the instruction booklet to my Fuji online somewhere and see what the fuck is going on with it. It might be the way my Fuji's actually making my fucking relay hot, but working too much. You think? I don't know. There's not enough. I don't know what the fuck. You know how electronics are, man. It could be this, it could be that, and you never know until you really get into it. Well, I know it's not a loose connection. I know that. So I got a couple of options. And it's looking like I need to check out my instruction booklet to find out if I fucked up my programming, because I really believe I did. And it's probably just a button push away from fixing it. It's not running my program. It's completely ignoring all of my parameters, including my annealing program, everything. A little bit of Josh Reeves.
We have that in today. It's, all you have to do is turn on a chromosome. And boom, you've got immortality. Interesting, there was an article I didn't cover here tonight, synchronistically, yet again. There's been synchronicity after synchronicity the past couple of weeks with everything. Article from the Daily Mail says, who wants to live forever? Computer models predict that if humans became immortal, it might actually be bad news. A lot of this has been in the news lately. It seems that they're starting to figure this out. I think they're starting to figure out this key to immortality thing that the ancients knew. Because again, as I've stated many times, we now have a context for what these, the advanced technologies that these ancient texts were talking about 50 years ago. We didn't, 100 years ago, we didn't. Then, having drunk deep into the cup of wisdom, I looked into the hearts of men, and there I found greater mysteries, and was glad. For only in the search for truth could my soul be stilled and the flame within be quenched. I'm going to get a tattoo of that. Yeah, that's my credo right there. Wow. For only in the search for truth could my soul be stilled and the flame within be quenched. Down through the ages I lived, seeing those around me taste of the cup of death and return again in the light of life. Gradually from the kingdoms of Atlantis passed waves of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by a spawn of a lower star. That's heavy. That's heavy. Let me read it. Oh, man. Gradually from the kingdom of Atlantis passed waves of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by the spawn of a lower star. This is an interesting statement. That's like, one collective consciousness, and everyone in a community or a planet or a world or whatever having the same consciousness, and then that going away and then being replaced with something of much lower quality. That's incredible. In obedience to the law, the word of the master grew into flower. Downwards into the darkness turned the thoughts of the Atlanteans until at last, in this wrath arose from his great Agwanti, the dweller. This word has no English equivalent. It means a state of detachment. Speaking the word, calling the power. Deep in the earth's heart, the sons of Amenti heard and are hearing and directing the changing of the flower of fire that burns eternally, changing and shifting using the logos until that great fire changed its direction. Now, what are they talking about here? They're talking, deep in the earth, in the heart of the earth. They're talking about the changing the core, the direction of the core, the way the core of the earth spins.
The polarity.
That's interesting. Over the world then broke the great waters, drowning and sinking, changing Earth's balance until only the Temple of Light was left. Standing on the great mountain of Endal, still rising out of the water, some there were who were living, saved from the rush of the fountains. Called to me then the master, saying, "Gather ye my people, take them by the arts ye have learned of far across the waters, until you reach the land of the hairy barbarians, dwelling in caves of the deserts. Follow there the plan that you know of." I gathered my people and entered the great ship of the master. Upward we rose into the morning. Dark beneath us lay the temple. Suddenly over it rose the waters. Vanished from earth until the time appointed was the great temple. Fast we fled toward the sun of the morning, until beneath us lay the land of the children of Chem. Raging, they came with cudgels and spears, lifted in anger, seeking to slay and utterly destroy the sons of Atlantis.
They were upset.
Well, you got to watch that movie, 10,000 BC. You hadn't seen that. It ties right in with that. Pretty interesting. I don't want to ruin it for you if you haven't seen it, but then I raised my staff and directed a ray of vibration, striking them in their tracks as fragments of the stone of the mountain. I love this. Because, what do you cleanse have to say about this now? Here's more translations of ancient texts. These not done by Zechariah Sitchin. And here we have the same stuff verbatim that's in Sumerian text.
Yes, Sumerian text.
It's the same language of the gods.
Break free of your religious priest class programming and understand that this stuff is what they don't want you to know about. If you understand this stuff, then religion has no place. So that's why there's so many disinfo clowns and haters and all that stuff out there.
Aggravated with this new part. I don't know what the hell. Poopy. I
then raised my staff and directed a ray of vibration, striking them still in their tracks as fragments of stone of the mountain. Then I spoke to them in words calm and peaceful, telling them of the might of Atlantis, saying we were children of the sun and its messengers. I cowed them by my display of magic science, until at my feet they groveled and I released them. Long dwelt we in the land of Chem, long and yet long again, until obeying the commands of the master, who while sleeping yet lives eternally, I sent from me the sons of Atlantis, sent them in many directions, that from the womb of time wisdom they might rise again in her children. For a long time I dwelt in the land of Chem, doing great works by the wisdom within me. Upward I grew into the light of knowledge. The children of Chem were watered by the rains of my wisdom. Blasted I then a path to Amente so that I might retain my powers, living from age to age as a son of Atlantis,
Sounds pretty
keeping the
Anunnaki
wisdom, preserving the records.
to me.
Great grew the sons of Kim, conquering the people around them, growing
Nurses.
slowly upwards in soul force.
Or Ninita, whatever his name is.
Growing slowly upwards in soul force. That's interesting. As if their souls and their energy gets higher. You know, the vibration higher, the more that they conquer, and it gets higher and higher. Now for a time I go from among them into the dark halls of Amenti, deep into the halls of the earth, before the lands of the powers, face to face once again with the Dweller. That's funny, we have one of the new demigod songs we have called Earth Dweller. We always call it the Dweller for short, and I just have seen that twice here, the Dweller. Raised I high over the entrance, a doorway, a gateway leading down to Amenti. Few there would be with courage to dare enter it, and few pass the portal to dark Amenti. I raised over the passage a mighty pyramid, using the power that overcomes Earth's force, gravity. Deep and yet deeper, I placed a force house or a chamber, and I carved from it a circular passage reaching almost to the great summit. In the apex, I set the crystal, sending the ray into the time-space, drawing the force from out of the ether, concentrating upon the gateway of Amenti. Other chambers I built and left vacant to all, seeming yet hidden within them are the keys to Amenti. Oh, really? Remember what I talked about last week? I gotta find that video again. In just a second here. Great Pyramid, a strange sacred door at the top of the half in the Queen's Chamber. I'm going to drop this in the chat room. You get time, watch this. Watch this video. I believe that what you see in that green picture there in that still video, when you watch it, that's exactly what Tom's talking about here. And if you watch that video, we'll show you exactly what he just mentioned there, which is a map on keys of the way to enter Amenti. Well, that's it right there. There's videographic evidence of it. They sent a camera in 1992. Nobody knew what the fuck it was. But that's what it was. Unbelievable stuff. It's right in front of us, and we're not being allowed to see it. That's how you enter Amenti. It's all built into the pyramids. They're gonna destroy the motherfuckers before it's over with. They're not going to let us have that information. I guarantee you they're going to destroy the Great Pyramid. They've already hinted about it. Remember Transformers 2? They're not going to let us have the knowledge in there, folks. We've got to get our hands on this stuff before it's too late. The other chambers I built and left vacant to all, seeming yet hidden within them are the keys to Amenti. That's it right there. He who in courage would dare the dark realms, let him be purified first by long fasting. Lie in the sarcophagus of stone in my chamber, then I will reveal to him the great mysteries. Soon he shall follow me to where I shall meet him. Even in the darkness of earth, I shall meet him. I, Thoth, Lord of Wisdom, meet him and hold him and dwell with him always. Builded I the Great Pyramid, patterned after the pyramid of Earth's force, burning eternally so that it too might remain through the ages. In it I builded my knowledge of magic science, so that I might be here when again I return from Amenti. Yes, while I sleep in the halls of Amenti, my soul will incarnate, roaming free, and will dwell among me in men in this form or another, Hermes thrice born. Emissary on earth, I am of the Dweller, fulfilling his command so many might be lifted. Now I return to the halls of Amenti, leaving behind me some of my wisdom. Preserve ye and keep ye the command of the Dweller. Lift ever upwards your eyes toward the light. Surely in time ye are one with the Master. Surely by right you are one with the Master. Surely by right yet are one with the All. Now I depart from you. Know my commandments, keep them and be them, and I will be with you, helping and guiding you into the light. Now before me opens the portal. I go down into the darkness of night. Well, that's the end of tablet 1 there. Moving on to tablet 2. Tablet number 2 of the Emerald Tablet of Thoth here. Deep in Earth's heart lie the halls of Amenti. Far neath the islands of sunken Atlantis, halls of the dead and halls of the living, bathed in fire of the infinite all. Far in a past time lost in the space-time, the children of light looked down on the world, seeing the children of men in their bondage, bound by the force that came from beyond. Knew they that only by freedom from bondage could man ever rise from the earth to the sun. Down they descended and created bodies, taking the semblance of men as their own. The masters of everything said after their forming, we are they who were formed from the space dust, partaking of life from the infinite all, living in the world as children of men, like and yet unlike the children of men. Then for a dwelling place, far beneath the earth's crust, blasted great spaces by their power, spaces apart from the children of men, and surrounded them by forces and power, and shielded them from harm, they, the halls of the dead, built it underground in the earth. Side by side then placed they other spaces, filled them with light and with light from above. They then builded the halls of Amenti, that they might eventually dwell there, living with life to eternity's end. 32 were there of their children, sons of light who had come among men, seeking to be free from the bondage of darkness, those who were bounded by the force from beyond. Deep in the halls of life grew a flower, flaming, expanding, driving backward towards the night. Placed in the center, a ray of great potence, life-giving, light-giving, feeling with power all who came near it. Placed they around it thrones, 32, places for each of the children of the night. Placed so that they were bathed in the radiance, filled with the life from the eternal light. There, time after time, they placed their first created bodies, so that they might be filled with the spirit of life. 100 years out of each 1,000 must the life-giving light flame forth on their bodies, quickening, awakening the spirit of life. There in the circle from aeon to aeon sit the great masters, living a life not known among men. There in the halls of life they lie sleeping. Free flows their soul through the bodies of men. Time after time, while their bodies lie sleeping, incarnate they into the bodies of men, teaching and guiding onward and upward, out of the darkness into the light. There in the hall of life, filled with their wisdom, know not to the races of man, living forever neath the cold. Fire of life sit the children of light. Times there are when they awaken, and they come from the depths to the lights to be among men. Infinite they among the finite men find. He who by progress has grown from the darkness, lifted himself from the night into light, free he is made of the halls of Amenti, free of the flower of light and of light. Guided he then by wisdom and knowledge, passes from men to the master of life. It's almost like a song. It's a rhythmic almost. Guided by he by wisdom and knowledge, passes from men to the master of life. It's almost got, they have rhythmic quality. That's interesting. You put this stuff to music. Does the frequencies of singing this, open the fucking portal to the halls of Amenti? I don't know. Could be. There he may dwell as one with the master, free from the bonds of the darkness of life, seated within the flower of radiance, his 7 lords from the space-times above us. helping and guiding through infinite wisdom the pathway through time of the children of men. Mighty and strange, they veiled with their power, silent, all-knowing, drawing the life force. Different yet one with the children of men, and different yet one with the children of light. Custodians and watchers of the force of man's bondage, ready to lose when the light has been reached. First and most mighty sits the veiled presence, Lord of lords, the infinite nine. Over the other from each the lords of the cycles. 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, each with his mission, each with his power, guiding, directing the destiny of man. There they sit, mighty and potent, free of all time and space. Not of this world they are, yet akin to it. Elder brothers they, of the children of men, judging and weighing. They with their wisdom watching of the progress of light among men. There before them, I was led by the dweller. Watched him blend with one from above. Then from he came forth a voice, saying, Great art thou, Thoth, among children of men. Free henceforth of the halls of Amenti, master of life among children of men. Taste not of death except as thou wilt. Well, that sounds like Crowley. Taste not of death except as thou wilt. Drink thou of life to eternity's end. Henceforth forever is life. Thine is for the taking. Henceforth is death at the call of thy hand. Dwell here or leave here when thou desire it. Free is Amenti to the Son of Man. Take thou up life in what form thou desireth. Child of the light that has grown among men, choose thou thy work, for all must labor. Never be free from the pathway of light. One step thou hast gained of a long pathway upward, infinite now is the mountain of light. Each step thou takest but heightens the mountain. All of thy progress but lengthens the goal. Approach ye ever the infinite wisdom. Ever before thee receives the goal. Free are ye made now of the halls of Amenti. To walk hand in hand with the lords of the world. One in one purpose, working together to bring light to the children of men. Then from his throne came one of the masters, taking my hand and leading me onward through the halls of the deep hidden land. He led me through the halls of Amenti, showing me the mysteries that are known not to man. Through the dark passage, downward he led me into the hall,
Bubble wrap.
where sit the dark death. Vast as space lay the great hall before me, walled by darkness, yet filled with light. Before me arose a great throne of darkness. Veiled on it sat a figure of the night. Darker than darkness sat the figure, dark with a darkness not of the night. Before it then paused the master, speaking the word that brings about life, saying, O master of darkness, guide of the way from life unto life, before thee I bring a son of the morning. Touch him not ever with the power of night. Call not his flame to the darkness of night. Know him and see him, one of our brothers, lifted from darkness into the light. Release thou his flame from its bondage. Free let it flame through the darkness of night. Raised then the hand of the figure. Forth came a flame that grew clear and bright, and rolled back swiftly the curtain of darkness, and unveiled the hall from the darkness of night. Then grew in the great space before me flame after flame from the veil of the night. Uncounted millions leaped before me, some flaming forth as flowers of fire. Others there were there that shed a dim radiance, flowing but faintly from out of the light. Some there were that faded swiftly, others that grew from a small spark of light. Each surrounded by its dim veil of darkness, yet flaming with light that could never be quenched. coming and going like fireflies in the springtime, filled they the space with light and life. It's just a bunch of souls, like the Hall of Souls.
Yes.
Then spoke a voice mighty and solemn, saying, "These are lights that are souls among men." Yep, I was right. Growing and fading, existing forever, changing yet living through death into life. When they have bloomed into flower, reached the zenith of growth in their life, swiftly then said I send my veil of darkness, shrouding and changing to new forms of life. Steadily upward throughout the ages, growing and expanding into yet another flame, lighting the darkness with yet greater power, quenched yet unquenched by the veil of the night. So glows the soul of man ever upward, quenched yet unquenched by the darkness of night. I, death, come, and yet I remain not, for life eternal exists in the all. Only an obstacle I am in the pathway, quick to be conquered by the infinite light. Awaken, O flame that burns ever inward, flame forth and conquer the veil of night. Then in the midst of the flames and the darkness grew there one that drove forth the night, flaming, expanding even brighter, until at last was nothing but light. Then spoke my guide, the voice of the Master. See your own soul as it grows in the light, free now forever from the Lord of the night. Forward he led me through many great spaces filled with the mysteries of the children of light, mysteries that man may never know, yet of he too is of the son of the light. Backward then he led me into the light of the hall of the light. I knelt then before the great Master, lords of all from the cycles above. Spoke he then with words of great power, saying, Thou hast been made free of the halls of Amenti. Choose thou thy work among the children of men. Then spoke I, O great Master, let me be a teacher of men, leading them onward and upward until they too are lights among men, freed from the veil of the night that surrounds them, flaming with light that shall shine among men. Then the voice spoke to
My
me,
alarm's going off.
Go as ye will, so it be decreed. Master are ye of your destiny.
It really is my wake up morning every morning. Good morning. I gotta go wake up the kids. Yeah, baby, I'll be right back.
Free to take or reject it at will. Take ye the power, take ye the wisdom, shine as a light among the children of men. Then upward the dweller led me. I dwelt again among the children of men, teaching and showing some of my wisdom. Son of the light, a fire among them. Now again I tread the path downward, seeking the light in the darkness of night. Hold ye and keep ye, preserve my record. Guide it, it shall be to the children of men. So that's the end of tablet number 2. Tablet 3, the key of wisdom. I, Thoth the Atlantean, give my wisdom, give my knowledge, give my power. Freely I give to the children of men. Give that they too might have wisdom, to shine through the world from the veil of the night. Wisdom is power, and power is wisdom, one with each other, perfecting the whole. Be thou not proud, O man, in thy wisdom. Discourse with the ignorant as well as with the wise. If one comes to thee full of knowledge, listen and heed, for wisdom is all. Keep thou not silent when evil is spoken for truth. Like the sunlight, it shines above all. He who oversteppeth the law shall be punished, for only through law comes the freedom of men. Cause thou not fear, for fear is a bondage, a fetter that binds the darkness to men. Follow thine heart during thy lifetime. Do more than is commanded of thee. When thou hast gained riches, follow thine heart For all these are of no avail if thy heart be weary. Diminish thou not the time of following the heart. It is abhorred of the soul. They that are guided go not astray, but they that are lost cannot find a straight path. If you go among men, make for thyself love, the beginning and end of the heart. If one cometh unto thee for counsel, let him speak freely, that the thing for which he hath come to thee may be done. If he hesitates to open his heart to thee, it is because thou, the judge, doeth wrong. Repeat thou not extravagant speech, neither listen to it, for it is the utterance of one not in equilibrium. Speak thou not of it, so that he before thee may know wisdom. Silence is of great profit. An abundance of speech profiteth nothing. Exalt not thine heart above the children of men, lest it be brought lower than the dust. If thou be great among men, be honored for knowledge and gentleness. If thou seekest to know the nature of a friend, ask not his companion, but pass a time alone with him, debate with him, testing his heart by his words and his bearing. That which goeth into the storehouse must come forth, and the things that are thine must be shared with a friend. Thine is yours. Knowledge is regarded by the fool as ignorance, and the things that are profitable are to him hurtful. He liveth in death, it is therefore his food. That's an interesting statement, as I've talked about before, them feeding on the negative energy. The wise man lets his heart overflow, but keeps his mouth. O man, listen to the voice of wisdom. Listen to the voice of light. Mysteries there are in the cosmos that unveiled fill the world with their light. Let he who would be free from the bonds of darkness first divine the material from the immaterial, the fire from the earth. For know ye that as earth descends to earth, so also fire ascends into fire and becomes one with the fire. He who knows the fire that is within himself shall ascend unto the eternal fire and dwell in it eternally. Fire, the inner fire, is the most potent force of all, for it overcometh all things and penetrates to all things of the earth. Man supports himself only on that which resists, so earth must resist man, else he exists not. All eyes do not see with the same vision, for to one an object appears of one form and color, and to a different eye of another. So also the infinite fire, changing from color to color, is never the same from day to day. Thus speak I taught of my wisdom. For man is a fire burning bright through the night, never is quenched in the veil of darkness, never is quenched by the veil of the night. Into men's hearts I looked by my wisdom, found them not free from the bondage of strife, or free from the toils. Thy fire, O my brother, lest it be buried in the shadow of night. Hark ye, O man, and listen to this wisdom. Where do name and form cease? Only in consciousness, invisible and infinite force of radiance bright. The forms that ye create by brightening thy vision and truly effects that follow thy cause. Cause and effect, the law of attraction. Man is a star bound to a body. That's a profound statement. I know that, what's her name? Alice Bailey gets into that a lot. That's why they're so obsessed with Sirius. Sirius is supposedly the another dimension of reality the souls can exist in. I mean, Alice Bailey talks about in her book Initiation Human and Solar that once you reach the tip top of the degrees of initiations of Freemasonry on Earth, you can go to the other degrees at which you're only an adept, a beginner, and that takes place on a lodge that is located on Sirius that you can only get to after death. Yeah. Man is a star bound to a body until in the end he is freed through his strife. Only by struggle and toiling, thy utmost shall the star within thee bloom out into a new life.
Oh, shit.
He who knows the commencement of all things, free is his star from the realm of night. Remember, O man, that all which exists is only another form of that which exists not. Parallel universes.
Have a good morning. Good morning.
Everything that has being is passing into yet another being, and thou thyself art not an exception. Consider the law, for all is law. Seek not that which is not of the law, for such exists only in the illusions of the senses. Wisdom cometh to all her children, even as they cometh unto wisdom. All through the ages, the light has been hidden. Awake,
You're gonna need
man,
food.
and be wise.
That's for
Deep
sure.
in the mysteries of life I have traveled, seeking and searching for that which is
You're going
hidden.
to need food.
List ye, O man, and be
I would
wise.
secure
Far neath the earth's crust,
what
in the
you can
halls of
while you
Mente.
can.
Mysteries I saw that are hidden from men. Oft have I journeyed the deep hidden passage, looked on the light that is
Would I
life
be taking
among
out
men.
a loan to do so?
There,
No.
neath the flowers of life ever living, I searched the hearts
Buy
and the
yourself
secrets of
fucking
men.
rice and beans. They're cheap. It's a buck
Found
a piece.
I that man
For
is
a
but
bag of-
living in
You
darkness.
get 100 bags of rice. Who's
Light
going to eat
of the
100
great
bags of
fire
rice?
is hidden within.
Few months.
We're living in a darkness
Fucking
we don't know
year.
we're living in.
100
So we
bags.
haven't been
200
allowed to
bucks,
know
you
how to
got
make
fucking
our
200
light
bags of
radiate
fucking
and
food.
shine in the proper way.
You don't have storage for it now.
Before the lords of hidden Amenti, learned I the wisdom I give unto men. Masters are they of the great secret wisdom, brought from
I've
the
been,
future up in fit.
I've been drinking coffee at a phenomenal rate. Speaking of which, I should probably go brew some more. Nah, I'm not that invested. But yeah, it's I'm telling you right now. Right now. That's an old point. Boy, that's got dust inside of it. Where have you been hiding?
I mean, like when I say, "Oh, that thing's been sitting around for more than a year," I don't know how it hid from me that long.
I just heard Patches go wild dog mode. She must have saw one of her friends. Like a big truck driving by or some shit. It's one of her friends. And the mailman. Maybe she saw the mailman on the way to work. I don't know what that shit was all about, but she just went nuts. My phone sent a message on a live chat by itself. On whose? Mine? My live chat? There you go, Chad.
It doesn't take much, so I mean, you think about it, rice and beans will last you for a while. Get you a few jars of peanut butter. I'm just saying, it doesn't take a major investment to do this. Generally, it just takes a little bit of thought. What are you going to need the most of? That would be a raw protein source. How you going to get one of them if meat's rotting because you don't have fucking refrigerator and shit? Well, I would start with a jar of peanut butter and some brown rice and beans because they keep. And they're light to carry. And if you're really smart, you got water. Because that's the first thing you need. But that's free if you do it right now. For me, for people like me, I've been doing it. It's free. I got jugs sitting all around the house from fucking. These things fucking rock. Way better than a damn milk jug. So we drink a lot of juice around here too. I save the juice jugs. I've stopped getting them in fucking cans or whatever. They make them in this. I don't get pineapple juice anymore unless it's in a bottle. I like pineapple juice. It's always in the tin can. They say it's not safe for drinking. Who say that? I put water in those jugs and put it in my refrigerator and drink it right out of that every day. Well, any water that you're going to have stored in a bottle for too long of time will grow microbes, most likely. Yep. Well, guess what? It means about every 6 months, you better refresh your stock. And if you don't, here's another thing. Boil the water. It kills the microbes and you're back to pure water again. That fast. Just boil the water. That's cook it. You're okay. That'll take care of anything that's going to grow inside your jug. So if I was bottling water and sniff and it smells good, I'm boiling it anyways. I don't care if I just bottled this one last week. Now, if one's sitting in my refrigerator and I'm filling it and refilling it and shit, that ain't gonna. Yeah, but if it's sitting on your shelf for any amount of time, you should boil it first. But the problem is, if you don't have that to boil, then you're fucked. Ta-da! I'm going to boil it anyways, whether it's got microbes in it or not, just to make sure it doesn't. Because I don't have a little stick that says, ooh, it's got microbes in it. I ain't got no magic wand like that one. So I'm just going to have to go with boil it. Anyways, so that's where I'm at with it. It's better to have it to boil than not to have it at all. Yeah, I'm not buying any. It'll go bad too. They get theirs out of the municipal sources. That means they get it out of the same tap you are. That's if you read your little labels. A lot of times they'll tell you they got this out of a municipal source. Well, that's fancy for your town water supply. It's probably got all those chemicals that you don't want in them. I've found a few ways, Chad. Did you not see my video called the "This Should Very Well Change the World"? And that one should very well change the world. I'm just going to leave it at that. This should very well change the world. Got you some working models. Sunday schooling like no other. It's kind of a condensed version. Good morning. How you doing, Exile? You know, you can actually take a powerful magnet and a magnet hallback with a copper wire just wrapped around inside the hallback and bring that to where they're pushing against each other and clamp that down. And that creates perpetual energy with no moving parts. You can light an LED off of that all day, every day, for days and days and years and centuries. On top of centuries. Never move. As long as they never move. See, that's the whole point. As long as they never move, they'll create electricity perpetually. As long as God exists on 1748 hertz. Yeah, I got up, like I said, about 11:30 or 12. I'm still here. We've been going for about 5 hours now. I couldn't sleep either. I fell asleep early and then woke up being like, oh shit, it ain't even fucking midnight and I'm up. When did I go to sleep? I did the math. I was like, oh fuck. It's been about 4.5 hours. So I might as well. So I made a pot of coffee, drank it, and now I'm feeling like a nap. I got to cut this thing off as soon as my kiln decides to heat back up again, though, before I can do anything. 3 o'clock and you've been up. So I'm telling you right now, I'm going to go back up there and take myself a quick nap. Because I've been up long enough. I can justify that. I've done some work. I got my mind settled down. Mom was pushing. She's pushing again. But one thing I've noticed over this last year is if I want to calm my magnet and shit, I can actually take a nap. Which is something I've never really been able to do too much of. Unless I was like hungover from the next day or some shit. I'm usually up 4.5 hours max, and then I'm doing my day for the next 20. But I'm starting to like this every 6 or 8 hours. I can take a couple of hour nap. I'm feeling like damn. Yeah, that stopped me mid sentence, didn't it? Huh. Take what you need, Mama. That is crazy. Those planets behind us are just fucking losing their nut. Not all that's coming from Mom. She's feeding them though. She's helping them push. We're gonna have a bell ringer. Oh Jesus. Yeah, we're gonna have a bell ringer. Soon. I would call one today. Maybe two. Dingy dingies. I'm seeing some crazy developments in the heliopods too. This is some real odd, steady shaking going on in a lot of them. I'm all like, man, that's just crazy to look at. Mama's fucking pushing. The planets behind us are pushing. Anybody watching this far right now? I mean, you shouldn't be watching me right now. You should be watching this far. I'd be watching this far if I was you. And you might be soon anyway, as soon as I cut off this fucking pipe. But it's still falling. My kiln's still falling. It's heading in the wrong direction. That's why I'm giving it up. I'm going to look up my goddamn Fuji controller and I'm going to reprogram this thing and start from scratch on it. If that doesn't fix it, then I'm going to fucking break out the fucking, I'm going to have to order a new fucking relay. I can't believe this relay done shit out on me that fast. I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to tell them I'm pissed too. I'm going to tell, fuck you, I'm pissed at you. Their old relay looked a little different than this one. I mean, like, as far as quality goes, man, the fucking same design, same shape, same everything. This motherfucker's shit. And the bottom plate on it's real thin. I can feel the fucking heat coming out of that shit. You didn't, they've cheapened up their shit and it's gotten shitty. And I'm really upset. I might have to find myself a different relay company or something. I don't know what the fuck. Pissed off about it. I bought a brand name and it's fucking up. Yeah, this wall's nuts right now, isn't it? Fucking crazy. Oh, holy crap. Oh, that's the water heater. I'm all like, where's the fucking flame burning? I'm looking at my heater. There it goes. I need to go turn that motherfucker off. It shouldn't be burning in the day today. It's not that cold. Who did? Who'd your phone? Who was your phone talking to? Mimi. My phone's talking to people. It's not Duck. Oh my god. Yeah, they are very compact in there, aren't they, Dana? I didn't even look at the magnetosphere model to see just. I can see it in the fucking Y cut. It's like holy shit, people. Have you looked at the moon lately? You know, it's doing fucking cartwheels. And if you haven't looked, fucking watch that motherfucker. You might wanna, because I know I sound crazy when you look at it and you watch it. You'll see that in fucking deed, the man in the moon is doing cartwheels. He shouldn't be. It's not what the man in the moon is known for. That is not what everybody says. Oh yeah, well let's go watch the man in the moon fucking do cartwheels tonight. That's never been a popular thing on planet Earth. Way to pass your time, so to speak. You know. Here we are. It's doing it. Mike Morales. Yeah, I've seen a couple of his shows. He told a work friend about me. Fuck, you didn't do them any favor. You must hate them. Was that the person I just cussed out before I went live? They'll be like, Heather. I went to this angry catfish and I asked him a question. Boy, howdy. He's not a nice guy, is he? He reminded me I have he has no donation button, which I looked around and there were none. He told me, therefore, I really don't give a fuck if you're here or not. Obviously, you don't. I'm just putting the information out there. You can do with it what you want. Now, I had somebody ask me kind of a legitimate question, and occasionally it's not the first time somebody's asked me this very specific question. Well, if I go back into your older videos and I still have questions, what should I do then? I said, well, if you have, I'll be able to tell. And they went on about something else in the same sentence. If you have, I'll be able to tell, which I can tell right now you're on about maybe my 6th video because I've answered the question you just asked about 2 videos on down the road. Keep going. But if you get to the end of the videos and you still have a question, it's going to be a good one. And if you bring it to me, I'm going to let you know. I don't know. Because everything I know is in those previous videos. So I know that's not much help at all, right? But I don't know what kind of question you're going to have after you get done looking at the fucking video. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't put it in the video. Well, let's work on that. I don't know. We figured out omnipresence. For fuck's sake, I think we can work on why is the sky blue. Actually, I did a video explaining exactly why the fucking sky is blue. Getting this Tuesday out to a rolling start. Oh, shit. And you got a pretty good grip on what's going on there, don't you? You might not have seen all the fucking hieroglyph translations yet, because some of those were early on. I was like, "Fuck!" I had just, had the. I took a year, just about, to have people cross-reference this. I mean, like linguist specialists take that first Stella I did and with the translation and cross-reference with their speciality in linguistics. I had 3 different people look at it and be like, What the fuck, dude? Are you kidding me? This is fucking amazing. I'm like, okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. Because this thing's really old and ain't nobody ever read it before. Kind of thing. So I literally had three different people check it out. Scientific Lee was one of them. He was actually number four. Logan was my third linguistic. I don't know his last name. He's a guy on Facebook that he does he's he's one of these guys with a web page and shit, but he does the atomic level um, periodic chart decoding of stuff. I have no idea how it works, but he came back 100%. He's like 100%. After all that, I took it to Lee. I was like, man, you need to look at this. Make sure my fucking magnet's on. And well, this is before Lee got mad at me for telling me how wrong he was, but he said my magnet supersedes his. He had suspected but can never prove it. And that, like I said, that was before he started hating me. Yeah, I talk about all that in my first videos, or some of the first ones, and bring it into. I do raw mapped. That's a fucking excellent video. I need to do a better version. John does a better version. That's why I've never done it. Another version of raw map, because I was doing raw mapped when I was doing this to make my videos. I didn't have I didn't know how to do the screen record one like that shit. I had no idea how to do it. John helped me out with that less than a year ago. Yeah, well, Exile, what that is that's when mom pushes on the and she starts to narrow her bands. That makes the human, instead of bouncing between the magnetosphere and the ionosphere, now it's bouncing between the magnetosphere and the ionosphere. So you're seeing squelch. It's no longer like that. It's like this, and then eventually it's gone, and then you get your seasick. Sometimes she goes boop and flips, and then it's that whole side of the planet doesn't have a human. It's a trapped frequency, and if the trap space is getting shorter, it's getting higher in frequency. That's what's causing those spikes. And you can see it in ISWA. It correlates really good with hard pushes. It's like, aha. And Schumann research, Mr. Professor Schumann. I didn't even know there was a Professor Schumann till Mama showed me. She's like, hey, dumbass, look. I'm like, oh, God, Mom, you did it to me again. You ever been proven wrong by a fucking planet? I have a couple times. It's fucking something new. Oh my goodness. Told me to have some oatmeal. Look at Jay trying to get me out there to make some fucking energy generation. Is that what you doing? I'm telling you, look at my fucking video, man. It's really easy. Have a good night, Exile, or good day. Well, man, get Exile. Get your number off of there. Just contact me on the fucking Facebook thing, man. On this. On the messenger. I slept yesterday, Pollyanna. I'm gonna go take a nap here in a little bit. We were just discussing that, but my kiln is really acting fuck nutty, and I've got to get up and fix it. Look, it just went down to 491. I can't do anything with that. There's a couple of them in there right around that time when I made one too. Man, if it doesn't have it in there, no, I'm pretty sure it does. There might be one right after it that has the magnets bringing them together and making the electric just sitting there. Well, my kiln is just it's not turning on, Pollyanna. It's acting like it's got a fucking mind of its own. I'm not sure if it's running out of program I've done. Fucking something. So I'm gonna look up the fucking instruction booklet online because this is like 25 years old, but they still make it. So they've got the instruction booklet, I'm sure, somewhere. And I'm gonna have to go back into my programming and see what the fuck I've done. It's only got 3 buttons, Pollyanna. I can hear it working. I've pushed the wrong button at some point, I think. That seems to me the most possible scenario here. It's going back up now. Yes, it has taken on its own personality, and I don't like it. It's even ignoring my annealing program completely. It's ignoring my run program, my anneal program, anything I do to it. It's just totally ignoring me. It's all green light. There's no emergency fucking flash alarms going off, nothing. It's just like, I'm doing what I want to do. I'm like, fuck you. You should be doing what I tell you to. But it's not. Yeah, I really just don't like it. Damn straight. I don't like it either, movie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You bet. Fucking mind of your own. You should be doing what I tell you to do, right? I thought you was a smartphone. See, my Fuji, I can't say that to you because it's not a smart controller. Maybe it is. It's not. Damn it. It's only got 3 buttons. Well, the damn thing, it's set 1160 and it hasn't hit 1160 all night. You know, I wanted to throw this one out the window a couple of times. I leave it at home most of the time. It gets in my way. Make big fire. I've been making big fire, huh? I'm fixing to make little fire, cut this little mouthpiece off, and call it a night. Like I said, I'm gonna go take a nap and see if I can't reprogram this motherfucker after I cool down. And if I can't fix it by doing that, or I'm thinking I've got it on something. I have fucked my kiln. I did this. I'm convinced I did this. Because one of these features that's normal on my kiln is it'll throw off a little yellow light if it's out of sight of the parameters I set. That motherfucker ain't come on since this started happening. Take it. I was just laying in some fresh. But right before that, I remember there was an instance where I was inside my programming and I pushed a button and I'm like, oh shit, I hope I didn't just fuck that up because I'm inside my programming. I thought I was annealing it and it wasn't. I hit something. So I'm going to have to go back through and look. Fucking stupid thing. Stupid operator. Good morning, Tom. How are you? Mimi's got a revolting phone. Like mutiny. Holy man. I got a booger on my spatula. Oh, her phone was sending mystery messages last night in people's chats. I'd like to think that, Tom. But no, I really did. I am pretty sure I put it on a preset designation because they have, and I'm not sure how I did it, but it's doing something. It's definitely doing something. There's a pattern to it. I think it's the kiln controller doing it, although it's not telling me what it's doing. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck I did, Polyana, because I'm pretty sure it was me. It's probably going to take me half a day to figure it out. This should very well change the world, I think, Chad. I think. Can't promise. It's one of my feral cell ones. And if it's not that one, it's right around that one. I got a couple of them. But that one's got motors that run on magnets too, that are moving parts. That I got it off fucking Tattooed Monkey. It's Tattooed Monkey giving the example. And I can't find it on his page anymore. I know it's on mine though. What do you mean turn it off and turn it back on? My kiln? Oh yeah. It's been off half a day in between times I use it. Yeah. It holds a setting though. See, I gotta I just gotta look at my instruction booklet. Like I said, I've been using it 25 years or so. This very controller. I've just never pushed the wrong button since I programmed it. I am certain I pushed the wrong button now. I thought I might have. I wasn't sure. I was hoping I didn't. But something's definitely changed about my kiln, and I really don't like it. So I'm left with, you know, I bet you it might not be one of these components going out. It's probably something I did because I'm not seeing my parameter alarm light up. And it should have gone off a couple hundred degrees ago. Well, Mira, you might want to tell Elon I could help him out with that. I know he's a money leech from the government, and he's just a fucking hole, and they already have that knowledge. But you know, I could help him sort it out. Some people don't understand magnet very well. I don't know. Elon, he's got his thing going on. Good. How you doing, Spicy? Yes, I was excited about that. You know, I probably would. I probably would. Uh, but spicy. Yeah, they've got AI everywhere. They do. Five Eyes is everywhere too. It seems everywhere I go. Elon seems like a very smart man. I would like to have about 20 days alone with in a fucking Vulcan mind meld. Because he's got the government backing, you know what I mean? I mean, he's the government. He might be a government robot. I'm not sure. I haven't given him the human pass yet. I don't trust Elon as far as I can throw him. He wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the government. Period. His businesses operate at a huge deficit, and the only way he stays above board is from government money and grants and shit like that. Period. I've looked into Elon. He's not human. But, you know, I can't prove that either. Yeah, Chad is kind of crazy when you look at the depth of the level of what your government's going through, and you know, you're really. I mean, who are you? One in a million people out there. What's this? What really are they accomplishing? Doing this, like following orders? Really, you're following orders, and are they? Who are these people that do this? You're allowed your opinion. Again, everybody's convinced Elon's not human. Well, I feel something's off about him. Yeah, I do too, Chad. Um, look, people. In the big picture, we live in a little tiny crater on the moon, and the moon is just a reflection off of our dome. So what are we worried about? Jesus Christ, you're kidding me, right? You're kidding me? This is really a thing going around. Jesus. This is what I'm hearing this morning, okay? You want to know what I'm thinking about? I'm all like, oh, God. Fucktards all around. Oh, my God, man. Who's going to believe this one now? And so I suppose it's got good production value. I've been fighting off flat tards. Now I'm going to have to fucking fight off crater tards. This is just the scope of deception. It's just getting out of control. It's like it's reached the edge so far. Like they're like, oh fuck it, let's just go to the crater thing. we can snag with the crater deal. What percentage of fat part is there in the fucking nation? Oh dear God, or the world. The world, yeah, we live in a crater under a bubble. And it's really the reflection of our planet that we live under the bubble in on. It hurts my eyes. See, I haven't even seen that video yet. My eyes starting to hurt. I'm going to have a stroke. The logic got stuck right here, and I had a huge logic clock, and it wanted to explode. Hi, Ajax. Oh my God. I'm, you know, my first question is still my same question. If you know, I mean, everything we're looking at is blue or green or brown on this planet, pretty much, right? So why is our reflection on the dome all ghost white? What happened there? What? And why does it disappear for? And why would it change? Fucking. And what's going on with that? Why does it change phases like a clock? If it's a reflection of us on a dome. Ouch. Oh, see, I haven't even. Ow. Ow. I ain't even seen this video yet. Y'all just telling me about it this morning. And I've been thinking about this. Wait, I can't be in this world where there's people that would believe we live in a crater. And on a frisbee, this isn't real, right? This is like some Berenstein shit. Why is the moon doing cartwheels? And maybe it's normal in Eric Briggs's paradigm. See, that doesn't make me just want to punch somebody. That makes me want to just, as I'm punching you, I want to be jumping into you. Just to put that extra force. It might help straighten something out. I'm a big fix it with a hammer guy. If that doesn't work, buy a new one. Just step right into it. You know what I mean? Just fucking live in a crater. I just ow, ow, it's causing pain again. 39 proofs that we live in a crater. It's on my not watch list. It's on my avoided all fucking cost list. So please don't link this to me in my fucking Facebook chat because you will probably find yourself a blocked motherfucker real fast. I don't want to look at the crater theory. I don't. If you're talking about we live in a crater, I ain't even going to give you the time the fucking flat earther got because now you're in a crater on the flat earth and I'm just not having it. Jesus. So that's kind of my mental state today. Holy freaking kidding me. Oh. Same to you, Ajax. See, that's what we need to pray to Mom for. It's the benefit of all life, all of us. I pray to God and thank God at the same time for that. I ask Mom to use me as any way she needs me, and I thank my Lord for everything we got. It's pretty much how I roll with it. I don't ask God for anything. He already gave me the life force. He wants me to see what I can do with it. Now, as far as the only thing I ask him is make sure that I don't stumble in fucking serving his cause. So hold me up and give me the strength to do his work. I ask Mama for help. So that's my mama. And she feels, I mean, we're born under her. We're more direct extensions of her. And I met God through her. So I kind of get the hierarchy there. It's like a parent would be. That's the dad, that's the mom, and I'm the baby. So I'm going to mama. She just taking me off the tit. I can't even talk right yet. You know what I mean? She understands that. She hears me. She get over here making funny noises. Oh God. I thought she was a rock. She had little googly eyes. Oh, I did for 50 years. I was convinced. We all were fooled a lot, weren't we, in our own ways? No, I'm smoking cheap as fuck, is what I'm smoking. Um, Jackpot Sweet. You get 3 of them for 99 cents. Black and Mild's way too strong for me. Oh, you're still babying the quail. Are the other ones doing okay, though? I imagine. If it made it through the night, it's doing pretty good. Give us some food. I'm sure you thought of that, didn't you? Did you chew up a worm and spit it into its mouth? Because you don't love it if you don't do that. I've seen it done. I, Yeah, I loved the little ball we were on, Heather. Don't get me wrong. I loved the planet we were on, but I didn't even realize the planet had a soul. I didn't realize the planet had a mind of her own. Yeah, I just thought we were on a planet, and then yeah, that whole first creation thing, and she starts talking to you, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. I changed my pants here. We'll get to analyzing this. Glucose. Telling you, if you really loved it, you'd be getting yourself a worm, chewing that shit up, spitting it in his mouth, and be like, "Mama, I've seen it." I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't suggest it. Oh, I'm just trying to make light for you, so you can actually imagine yourself chewing up a worm. You get a giggle out of it, maybe. Well, I've had crazy girlfriends. Okay. Ugh. Then I want to even give him a kiss. It's like, oh God, no. I saw what you just did. I'm glad to hear the other ones are doing good. Like I said, there's always a runt. And with the runt, you got a 50-50 shot. If you're taking care of it good, it's got a better shot than most. That's awesome. I wish you luck. And yeah, I send you some good energies for your birdie. Work it with your heart. Feel it. Reach out and feel it. Talk to it. Soothe it with your heart. Calm your heart. Calm your heart and then go at it. Well, Heather, I'd have to tend to agree with your husband. All right. There's different variations, different degrees of crazy. Okay. That makes you feel better. It's different degrees. Y'all are different degrees of crazy. You know, you might be a lesser degree of crazy. I tend to pick the ones that are on the other end of the scale. Yeah, I'm. Damn it! I understand. I understand. You don't have to throw anything. It's okay. Put it down. Calm down. Oh God. Oh shit. That's some good stuff. You know, my ex-wife proved that to me once. Told you stories about her. I don't know if you were around when I told them. They're on my previous chats. Um, she had that Depo-Provera shot, sent her into hormone shock, and that was some of the reason she was fucking losing her nut there towards the end. Started going off on crack. Yeah, well, a lot of times too, exactly like Ajax, the runt will be end up being the best pet. The most loyal. Oh, it's there. Well, it's life, Heather. We live and learn. You don't think I've been crazy? Jesus Christ! I'm, as we get older, we tend to learn how to stew it down a little bit. Can you imagine me at 20? Yeah, it was like that. I was a fucking junkie, straight up. About 30 years clean. But I was young and dumb, full of wanting to see everything, wanting to do everything. And had been pretty much deprived of anything, being able to do anything all my fucking childhood. There you go. I'll tell you what, this year itself alone, Heather, has been so incredibly. The education I've gotten off of the walls I've been reading this last year have helped me an awful lot, sort out an awful lot of things that I had. And now that I know who I am and what I am and what's going on, I'm more secure in the insanity around me than I've ever been secure in my life. I should be losing my nut right now. But as we're realizing what situation we're in, we're looking at the reality that we were actually created specifically for this situation. So, uh, it makes all of this an awful lot easier for me to like deal with. I'm like, okay, well, and the fact that it's not coming from none of that is really it's just enforced by the download. What I'm reading about here, and then I fucking found in physics and resulting, we were drawing ourselves that message at 1748 hertz, right down to the fucking atomic level. We nailed it, and I just happened to be in the way of the deciphering of it. So, um, and John helped. I'm blaming John too. Damn it, he brought me that metal plate with 1748 hertz on it. We had it nailed down. Yeah, it's not a coincidence, Mimi. None of this. And well, Heather, I'd be lying to you if I wasn't concerned about my son. But that's a parental thing, I think. I think we're always going to worry about our children, even if it's a beautiful sunny day. Still have dark hair. Nice, Tom. You got yourself some stem cells going on. Be riding them ghost bumps. Uh, Heather, it would be immensely amazing where we would be if they hadn't hidden this from us. Absolutely. If this had, well, and we're getting back to that. We're getting back to that. Even see, that's one thing I've finally read this Hopi prophecy through, and it straight says that I'm this isn't really a religion. They say we're bringing a new religion, which isn't really a new religion. It's the old way, or it's the original way. Something like it. This is the original way. This is it. This isn't a religion at all. This is creation design. Period. We're going back to speaking with this. We were granted this at birth to fucking use this as a tool, and this is our life, and you need to use it. And that's where we're going back to. And this is going to lead the way. The mother, the father, and the child. This keeps us connected with the one and each other. We can't lie to each other. Yes, it's not religion. It's just creation. That's reality. That's the way things are. And we're designed, and we got off that because we've been over that too. we almost got wiped out completely because we got our planet kidnapped and thrown on this low energy sun, and our DNA's fucked up, and we went sideways, and fucking everybody almost everybody fucking died. And then they come down here being dickheads, and here we are today dealing with it. They haven't left yet. The creator of all been haunting them in their own dreams, telling them, "Hey, enough, give back to them," and they haven't. And creator's kind of miffed. As miffed as a creator will get, I don't see a creator being angry. It's just like, okay, well, tell you what, this is the way it's going to be, bitches. And this is the way it's going to be, bitches. That's what we're in the middle of right now. This is the way it's going to fucking be, with or without me, or you, or anybody else. No, I started getting my white hair when I was 20. Oh, it had a lot of long hair. It hit it pretty good until it started becoming the predominant color in my 30s. Then I shaved it because I needed to look respectable because the system had absorbed me as a senator's investigator from a rabble rouser overnight. They converted me. Actually, what it was, I was like, yay! I can fucking do better from the inside than outside. And I did. I thought I was doing good. Works that mattered. And then, like I said, in the end, it don't matter. We got one problem, and we're coming to that. We got 3/4 of the planet looking at fucking extinction because the motherfuckers are sitting on the edge of the water where they want you to be. And yeah, I'm hoping to throw a wrench in that system. We got a couple months. Let's do this. But it looks like it. I mean, look, it looks like it might happen. In big ways, all over the place, I'm looking at. And I'm like, wow, okay, I'm just going to sit back and let it happen. Yeah, most of us awake are 50 and above because we've watched the moon all our age. We didn't come up as kids with the computers, so we're not quite as attached to them as they are. And we look at the sky. We know what it should look like, and it don't look like that no more. And that, I believe, started all of our journey to where we're at today. Most of you here, the same thing has started me. It was just I had Navy training, like I said, to the point that I had to know which way to point that shit. Most people just basically have the man in the moon, and the man in the moon's upside down is going to fucking raise some hairs on somebody's neck that've been watching the man in the moon for 40 years not be upside down. And here we are today talking about it. And I'm grateful for every one of you being here. Really. Not that it depends on donations or views. I'm just fucking, man, I've been out there so alone, pointing at the moon, trying to tell motherfuckers that the fucking moon's doing cartwheels, and I've been having Five Eyes follow me around all over the damn place. Now I'm chasing Five Eyes around. See the difference? I didn't even know who these people were in the beginning. I had no clue Five Eyes existed. I just thought they were fucktards. I couldn't believe what was going on with Daz the cameraman. I'm all like, who the fuck is this guy? He's making movies using my business name? I wanted to fight. All I had was my wiki page. Yeah, there's a lot of us older folks right here conglomerated. That's for sure. And that's totally engineered socially. I think I mean, his whole world's digital too, but he's completely aware the moon's doing upside down shit and what it means and all about the digital. Even though I never really let him get digital until recently, but all his friends are online. And they get on those little things and talk to each other. And his school's online this year because I'm not having him go in there. What I do, I sent him in there. I took him in there. I didn't send him in. I took him in there, hand delivered his ass. And the first thing he did, I watched him do it, grab a fucking orange juice off of the cart. Hour later, he calls me up. He's puking for a day. I mean, he was fine that night, just like anybody else with food poisoning. Fuck! He was there less than an hour, and my kid's sick. Oh my god! Yeah, see, it's very convenient, and you know, I would have probably never met you without it. You know, I speak and we speak with people globally all day. That's to me that's a pretty big benefit. Actually, it kind of helps us understand no matter where we come from. You see, that's something that I got on the boat. I saw people everywhere I went, and I came to the realization that we're all pretty much the same when it comes down to it. Our surroundings might be different, but people are people. And that's one thing you get to learn online. People are people. You're running into good ones and you're running into bad ones from all over the place. I have friends from New Zealand, but then again, Daza and Jay D5 Unser from fucking New Zealand too. I can't stand either one of them motherfuckers. So you can't hold a territory just because of a couple rotten eggs. Everywhere you go, it's going to be assholes. But that's like I said, we got people everywhere, and generally, we're all the same. Well, a lot of it is in how do you use it, and how do you utilize it, how do you control it in your own home. And sometimes that does take a little bit of effort. Like right now, I know he's doing his homework. He's not on his game. He'll come and ask me to do it. I can hear the difference when he's on his game. He's kind of loud. He's talking to his friends. He's up there doing his little tablet work right now. And if I heard him up there gaming, I'd be all on his ass. He'd be sitting right here. He's on his bed. I can tell the difference because he gets all excited when he's gaming. I put limits on it, you know. But I understand too at this juncture, it's their social. That's how they socialize, you know. You got to see it in India. My videos, nice. Exactly. Well, see, I don't think they had planned on that. This aspect of it, I'm not sure they thought it through. But once people started doing this, they took control of social media. That's for sure. We see that. It started out with the people, like everything else, building businesses, and then all of a sudden, big business, corporate, the government comes in, takes it over. It's still what it is, and we can use their tools against them. And that's what we do every day. We sit, we socialize. They hate it. I would have probably never seen a damn actual hieroglyph if it hadn't been forcibly put on in my face by Bobby Maverick right there on the screen, and Steve on WSO there. Then boom, there it was. I was like, well, holy shit. And you know that this is I believe Earth and the Creator are better AI than anything they could create at this point, and I have no reason to believe anything different. I've had some incredible wow moments here online that definitely wasn't somebody in an opposition working with me. It just happened. Like all of a sudden, there's a commercial playing for fucking cell phone safety, and I go and look, and it's not really a commercial. It's a documentary, and then I'm like, oh fuck, and cell phone safety. I'm like, that's the least interesting thing I can. And then Dr. Schumann, and I was freeze. I'm like, how much of that can you accept as a coincidence? Especially the day I'm like, what? There's a Dr. Schumann? I don't know. Now I do. Yep, some people are trapped on the internet. Yeah, it could be. I'm frantically working on trying to avoid all that. Man, I'm trying to. And I see other avenues opening up like a motherfucker too. That's just like very encouraging. Oh shit! Fuck! Shit! All right, I'm gonna start hauling stuff up real quick. I gotta grab myself a cigar. My kiln is too cold.
Down to 500.
Oh god, that's some fun stuff. Chico is neurotic. When we go back upstairs, I'm gonna have to fucking do that just so you guys can see this. Shane's up there doing his homework. I'll walk up, fucking wipe him on his ass. Chico ain't having it. He'll do a tornado whirlwind, fucking jump at me and try and kill me. Oh shit, I forgot my cigars. Perfect fucking time. Let's go watch this. This is fucking fun. This is a common game. And what's funny right now is Patches is napping up here with Seamus. And she's gonna protest. But she's not gonna get out of the covers generally. So this is fun time. Oh, I'm gonna spank his butt. Don't kick me, I got the computer. Where's Cheeky Ito? Oh, I'm gonna get it. Get it. You just got Chico. I asked you not to do that. I have the computer in my hand. This one over here. Okay, get his butt, Chief. His butt. His butt.
Patches. Oh no, the wall's in danger.
Forget it. Forget him, Chico.
Danger, Patches.
Forget him.
Careful. The wall's in danger, Patches. You bark at that wall.
See what I mean? They're crazy. They've lost their fucking minds collectively. So that's one of our favorite games around here. Spank the baby's butt. But
But they can tell I paused and had the thought and the intent to come in here and beat that bitch. Love you, kid. Oh my god. See, after all that, my kiln's still cool. We didn't waste any time. Oh my god. But that's fun. That's fucking fun. You can't get that kind of fun on cable. Oh, look, just in time, my kiln's going back up. I can cut this motherfucker off soon, maybe. Maybe. Maybe it's not going up. What are you doing? Okay, it's just sitting there. No. Nice. That's some good shit. That's funny. Chasing his own tail. Mm-mm. He's so excited he don't know what to do. He's like, where's all this fucking barking coming from? Oh, that's good stuff. Poor Patches. She just laying there under the covers talking about whoop, whoop, whoop. She ain't having it. So I won't be bothered by this today. It's like old hat for her. She knows no one's getting hurt, but she feels the need to protest still. So you must have a Chico, Jack. You've got a Chico, don't you? Chico is way too dumb to exist in nature on his own without an extreme amount of help. And that's real. Poor guy. Oh my god. Oh, a pug. Okay. Crazy head useless. I fucking love pugs though. Them and the Lhasa Apsos, they at least they look as useless as they are, right? And they're just cute. You're like, oh god, look at this guy over here just struggling to be. Let's see if I can help him out. Fucking dogs. Yeah, that's yes, exactly. So Chico's vicious. He's a little motherfucking vicious bitch. Did you see? He wanted to eat everything. He give it his all too, man. He's oh, except for the post, he's the same thing. He's the same way as Patches on that one, huh? He's like, "Fuck you, Mr. Postman. I want some of that." That's because he has the audacity to come by every day and not say hi. Fucking kill him.
I'm gonna just beat it with a hammer. You're kidding me, right? All I had to do is get up and grab something heavy. So it's heating up. I definitely have to fix this. It's down to 480. That is way beyond acceptable range for working. My oven up here gets that hot. You know, I'm back to 550 already. Bam. As soon as the fucking element hits, man, the bricks are hot. What the fuck is my kiln doing? Some weird shit. Go for the jugular. At least he'll trip the burglar. What really sucks is he's probably actually gonna trip you. If he coming to daddy, be like, oh shit, don't. Well, you know, I've heated up my kiln with my torch before. I shouldn't have to do that though. I could melt my metal. Do it. I just opened up the door and heat up, and it did. that's why I said you exactly. Like fuck. Supposed to trip him. Oh shit. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to heat it up too fast. And yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to heat up the bricks too much with the torch either. Whoa. And I don't know if the element would ever turn back on if it didn't hit its bottom point. I'm saying I'm not sure what the hell it's doing. Seems to be getting cooler and cooler though. But it's coming up on 800. Climbing again. I know my glass is warm in there. But it's got to be at least 1,000 degrees where I pull it out of there with the collar and start working on it. I like it to be around 1,100. 100 degrees I can work with though. You know, I just like to give my glass a little bit of extra heat because it's not bad for it. And it helps the colors come out a lot more vibrant because the crystals grow in there after you've laid it in. Oh, really nice and easy. I'm going to get my shit ready for this. I'm going to have to put on Josh and listen to some more Toth tablets because I don't want it to turn off at this point without me being ready.
Entities in. 7 are they, the lords of Amenti. overlords,
'Cause I've
they
waited for
of the
this
children of
motherfucking
morning,
moment
sons
for
of
a
the
while
cycles,
now.
masters of wisdom. Formed
Damn it.
are not they as children of men. 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9 are the titles of the masters of men. Far from the future, formless yet forming, came they as teachers for the children of men. Live they forever, yet not of the living, bound not to life, and yet free from death. Rule they forever with infinite wisdom, bound yet not bound to the dark halls of death. Life they have in them, but yet life that is not life. Free from all are the lords of the all.
God.
Forth from them came forth the Logos,
Thank you. That is
instruments
delicious
they
stuff.
of the power over all. Vast is their countenance, yet hidden and small is formed by a forming, known yet unknown. Is that where the known, unknown things comes from? From fucking Rumsfeld? You've been hitting the sauce, reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Somebody needs to put that in a song. Hitting the sauce, reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. For is he who loses the power, Lord, he of life to the children of men. Light is his body, flame is his countenance, freer of souls to the children of men. 5 is the master, the Lord of all magic, key to the word that resounds among men. 5 magics. 6 is the Lord of light, the hidden pathway, path of the souls of the children of men. 7 is he who is the Lord of the vastness, master of space and the key of the times. 8 is he who orders the progress, weighs and balances the journey of men. 9 is the Father, vast he of countenance, forming and changing from out of the formless. Meditate on the symbols I give thee. Keys are they, though hidden from men. Reach ever upward, O soul of the morning. Turn thy thoughts upward to light and to life. Find in the keys of the numbers I bring thee, light on the pathway from life unto life. Seek ye with wisdom. Turn thy thoughts inward. Close not thy mind to the flower of light. Place in the body a thought-formed picture. Think of the numbers that lead thee to life. Clear is the pathway to he who has wisdom. Open the door to the kingdom of light. Pour forth thy flame as a sun of the morning. Shut out the darkness and live in the day. Take thee, O man, as part of thy the 7 who are but not as they seem.
What the fuck is that?
Open, O man, have I my
bouncing
wisdom.
around inside the screen.
Follow the path in the way that I have led.
And the speakers lit up,
Masters of
so it
wisdom,
looked weird. And I was
son
like, what
of
the
the
fuck
morning
is that,
light
man?
and light to the children
Fucking bouncing
of
around.
men.
That's fucking nuts.
So that's the end of tablet 3 there.
That's
Wow,
crazy. I need to get
more interesting
man.
stuff
What
from
tiny
the
pebbles to lay in there.
Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Another one of these things, you know, when you start reading, you're like, I can really start to see why they don't really want us to read this stuff, or certainly probably don't like the fact some Yahoo like me's up here reading it over the airwaves.
I got light up speakers that was fucking with me.
We're here to do a job. We're here to get information out. We're here to hopefully try and get you to have a newer understanding of this stuff. And I think that only comes with new information and looking at new stuff a different way, and
Josh
maybe looking at things you
shit?
hadn't looked at before, or looking at things you did look at before, but with new eyes and new context. That's the important thing, is always stay on top of just because you read something that you're going to feel the same way about now. Same way with movies or music or anything. Let's go back and revisit those things after you've grown, and
you know what? I already cut the fucking thing off.
And just how far you've come and how much farther you need to go.
That's a different one. That's it. See? Look, it's nap time.
Tablet number 4, the Spaceborne.
fucking nap.
Listen, ye, O men, to the voice of wisdom. Listen to the voice of Thoth, the Atlantean. Freely I give to thee my wisdom, gathered from the time and space of this cycle.
I've had enough of your
Master
bullshit.
of mysteries, son of the morning, living forever, a child of the light.
Oh, wait,
Shining with brightness, star of the morning, Thoth, the teacher of men, is
now it's
of
going back
all.
up again. Just that fast. Are
A
you
long
kidding
time
me?
ago, I,
What
in
are
my
you
childhood, lay neath the stars on long buried Atlantis, dreaming of mysteries for above men, far above men. Then in my heart grew there a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars. Year after year, I sought their wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul, in great travail, broke from its bondage and bounded away. Free I was from the bondage of earthmen. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Free was I from the bondage of night.
And now it's off again.
Now to the
At
end
900.
of space sought I wisdom, far beyond knowledge of finite man. Far into
Yeah,
space my soul traveled freely, into infinity's circle of light.
I'm going to find out what's wrong.
Strange beyond knowledge
I'm
were
gonna
some
look
of
up
the
my
planets,
controller
great and
and find my
gigantic, beyond
damn-
dreams of men.
Find my damn blueprints to that motherfucker today. That is priority one. I need to look up my programming today. So, shit. Yep, that's it. I'm calling it today. I'll be seeing you guys. Fuck me, man. I was going to fill my kiln, but my kiln is just not wanting to work at all at this point. I'm still thinking it might be the goddamn. It might be a combination of both. I don't know. Something's fucked up on this thing. Something's telling me it's the programming. Something's telling me I might fucking have to be buying a new goddamn Fuji too. Oh, we gonna do. Yeah, I don't care for that guy either, Spicy. You know, he he's very rigid on the whole archaeology versus mythology thing, and I don't know, man. I don't like that kind of shit because they misclassify mythology, in my opinion. That's not mythology. That's how they lived. So, and it fits the whole. I mean, if there wasn't a mass fucking weapon used, I don't know what else would cause all that black ash layer across a region just because some fucking cities were fighting. That doesn't even make sense. And then they'll tell you themselves, we have no idea why this happened. But don't read the mythology about it. It might explain too much. Yeah, Deborah, you have a good night too. Have a good nap. There's a damn good chance I'll be back up here in a few hours. It just I think my nap will probably be short-lived. It's most likely going to end up being me rolling around, tossing and turning because fucking this is happening, patches bouncing up and down, and fucking some people are calling me because it's Tuesday, and I don't even know what I'm thinking about laying down, but I am tired. But then I'll get up aggravated and fully energized to make myself some more coffee. But see, I'm not going to make myself some more coffee until after I go through the aggravation of trying to sleep. At least I might get a half-hour nap in, and I'll feel better. I'm not used to napping at all, but you can tell. Fuck, I've been up since midnight. It's nap time. Now I'm going to smoke the rest of this bowl, turn off my oxygen, and go to bed. But yeah, first thing I do, I'm going to jump up. My kiln should be, at least the components should be enough, cool enough. I should be able to touch that fucking. I couldn't even touch the relay. It's fucking hot. That's a bad sign for me. I don't like it. But I want to check that programming on my Fuji and refresh what I want it to do in my head because I haven't programmed that damn thing in forever. I change settings on it all the time. But like I said, I think I did something that I don't do all the time by accident. The relay is a sealed unit. Yeah, I would like to open it. I don't know how it's built. I've never opened one. I should have opened my old one and looked when I had it. I think it's the relay. But I am 80% sure, 99% sure something's going on with my programming too, because I'm not seeing that alarm go off. And I should. Yeah, I, yep, it's definitely patented. It's got a patent number big right across top of it, bigger than the part number. Fucking A. Man, the first one I got off of them lasted a long time. This thing's been like 6 months. It cost me like fucking $40 for the fucking thing. Sucks. Yeah, they definitely don't want it. That's what I'm saying. You take it apart, it's probably sprung to explode. Not violently, but I mean, like, it'll come out. It's like, damn it. They saw me coming. If something is attached to that bottom plate somehow, and it'll cause major havoc if I open it. Because it's probably attached by a little fucking pull wire that's barely attached in there, for all I know. I don't know how they got it hooked up. But I know if you go opening their seal, there's a real good chance it's not going to work at all. Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering if I couldn't, because I used to control it with a rheostat, but that requires me to do it manually. um, all it is a simple relay. It's got a low voltage end and a high voltage end. The low voltage end is the key. It opens the gate. You know what I mean? And then the voltage flows through the high end, kind of thing. It's not rocket science. Go analog? Yeah, it's just about to go analog. I'd say in about next 20 minutes, I'm gonna fucking be experiencing some extreme lag here. Oh, look at that. Everywhere's hanging around the 4.5 region this morning. 4.9 down there in Hooptyville. Fucking West Coast is just screaming, I'm gonna explode. Screaming, how hot can I get? What you doing, mama? Oh. See. Little push from behind. So that's another object closing those field lines back there. That's a mess right there, isn't it? That's all behind us. Is where she's pushing on another field line here. Look, the streams are crossing, people. Boy. Double induction, but lightly right now. Let me get 100 frames on this shit real quick. See where we're at in this cycle. Scooby fucking dude. What are you doing, Mom? Look at it on and off. It's pretty heavy throughout. Jesus. Did you see that? Oi! Oh, how farts. Lots of fucking cow farts. Oh, yeah. Now here they come. All right. Yeah, we're going to have a little shake here. That monster. God, look. Where is my cursor when I need it? All right. On ISWAS, you go your current and you add on another 0 back here. And then you go back here and we see this huge push. Huge push. More huge pushes. Just fucking boom. Right about 12 UTC. Ow. Oh my God. That looks like some fucking hieroglyphic shit right there. But all those spread field lines mean that it's not going to be a big, crunchy. But here towards the end, up here, you see the IMF lines are coming up. That's a pretty good indicator we're going to have a shake. I have to look at my plate and see where we're at on it. All right. Analyze this. Hand speed. Oh, yeah. Look at that. All right. See, that's the wiggly, wiggly, wiggly. We got the reach from behind. Now the push comes up. The lines are crossing. What's our fucking kilos? So we should, I mean, yeah. We'll probably be going to have a pretty decent plate for pretty soon if that pressure keeps up. On that. There's 9 hours on the plate, man. Three. Yeah, within the next hour or so. Five, maybe 6, maybe more. Oh, depends on how much more she lets off on the double adduction because she's letting off a little bit. Oh. And that usually spells for a little quakes, a little bit of quake. No, she stops cutting the induction like we're going to have a pretty good quake. We'll see. You saw a Sphinx on this wall? See, that's not a surprise because we got a lion goddess behind us. Did it look like anything like that? Have you seen the one on my face? Occasionally, I'll point it out. Not on all of them. It's the one where I'm not sure if it's the lion goddess or Anubis. I'm, I'm just not sure. It looks like it could go either way. And we got the staff. Isn't that amazing? He's always holding that staff. Well, a son would hold it. How they depicted it is just, now that we know what they were, it's easy to read. Easy to read. Ra's the sun. There's a lot of correlations making him that sun because of the magnetosphere and the whole eye and fucking cobra thing. And then he's holding his staff. He's holding his staff because he's the sun, and suns hold planets, and that staff is obviously the magnet signature for a fucking planet. You know? And who would have thunk it? I know, right? The dingly, man. That's fucking heavy. And it's very physicsy too, because that dingly cobra needs to hang out there if those two are fucking tidal locked, right? And look at Horus's hat. Put it upside down against the dingly cobra. What's it gonna do? They dance together. Fucking nuts, right? Fucking dingly. And the dingly. And the dingly. Just like in a fucking Scientific Lee video. It's fucking nuts. It's like, okay, these guys were fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We were absolutely fucking brilliant. We really, really, really were. There's a lot to be learned from these legends that I've never looked at. So keep looking. A lot of these legends hold this knowledge, and we just didn't have a reference for them. And they'll hit on different parts of it. You're going to get pointed at, boy. What do you want? A break? Where do you want it? Arm, leg, finger, toe? What do you want a break from? School? Well, what are you going to do? Push-ups?
No.
That sounds like fun.
No.
What? You don't want to do push-ups? No. What were you going to do? Sit around and lick your butt like Patches?
No.
You hear the waver in his voice? He thought about it. What are you planning on doing then?
Nothing.
Sit around and licking Patches' butt?
No.
Since you don't have to. I'm just asking.
Gonna beat the daddy.
Okay. That sounds like a challenge. You want to fight? Where are you going? Challenge and run? Who taught you that? I'm gonna beat the daddy. I'm gonna run it. We gonna beat the daddy at a foot race?
Look how tired she over
Oh shit! Now I'm scared. So what are you gonna do on your break?
Nothing.
Nothing. You just gonna sit there and watch the ceiling fan turn? Okay. I told you he'd come and ask for a break when he was tired of doing it all. Little punk. He's so predictable. He's good. He's a good kid. I wish I was that good. I didn't have no reason to be that good. Fucking hated my parents. I still do. Less of a hate than thank God I don't have to be around them anymore. You know, I'm not sure. The Sphinx might be actually made by the Anunnaki to. So there's a lot of. They claim it like 3 or 4 times for 3 or 4 different reasons. So it's hard to pin anything original on it. I don't know myself. I don't know. I know those pyramids don't represent Orion's belt. I do know that. I figured out exactly what they represent. Yeah, exactly. We don't get to pick our actual blood relatives, but that doesn't mean you're necessarily family. They may end up being your mortal enemy for all you know. All right. Well, tell you what, folks. I'm gonna go lay down and give this whole kiln a little time to cool. Do myself some research on it, see what I can do, see what I can figure out. I think something's in my program fucking up. And if it's not, and the worse and the longer it goes on, the worse it gets. It's making me think that it's probably that relay. But I still want to know why my emergency light's not coming on. Why is my alarm not going off? It should be. Cool. Yeah, I'll be going live again. Well, it's one thing or another is going to fix this thing. And either way, I'm figuring I might end up having to plug it directly into the wall and bypass everything and then turn on my Fuji just so I can tell what the temperature is. It won't be regulating my kiln at that point. I will be. But I'll move my torch around over here, so all I have to do is just turn around and unplug it and plug it. It'll be until I get, yes, old school. I'm going to get her done. I'm not going to have my motherfucking something stupid like this completely in my production. You're going to see something going on oxygen that I got yesterday. What I tell you in about 20 minutes, that was about 18 minutes ago. I'm starting to get my Wi-Fi connection is going down. I see that. It's like clockwork every day. It's because we're rolling through that fucking end draw in the daytime. We're rolling right through that energy coming in. And then at night, what we doing? We rolling right through that energy going out. Yep, buffering. Here you go. I tell you, I'm not psychic. I just pay attention. Yeah, I think we old folks notice shit like that because we've been around for a while. It's like, you know, when you see something odd happening like clockwork, there's probably a reason it's happening. You just got to understand what that reason is. And we do. We completely understand it. We can see it with our own eyes. It's not a collective illusion that our shit is fucking up all at the same time every day. And everybody. There'd be mass crashes going on later. For what, 10, 20 minutes, sometimes maybe an hour. Whole regions will shut down. And then they'll get it back up again. Oh well. That's what day we live in. So y'all have a good one. I'm gonna go beat up my child and take a nap. Keep calm in your hearts and love. Good night. Yeah, hey, you know what? I wouldn't mind waking up to Ra. That'd be kind of refreshing, I think. Be like, well, I slept through that.